Yo, hold up, it's stabilized? We may be back. Should be. Yay! My connection is not fucked in the ass. Let's go. Now YouTube people should be able to YouTube people should be returning soon. To guarantee the run didn't fail. Yes. I said I just wanted something yesterday. I hardly count what I did yesterday at PB. The only thing is that the splits don't suck as bad. Yo, Joseph, thanks for the good luck. Buongiorno, porco dio! The fact that I said porco dio in a fucking... The fact that I said porco dio in a PB is kind of funny. And it also brought somebody that Cratchit had been following since 2008. Like an old Italian YouTuber. With like 100k subs is like hilarious. Significa Dios. Sí. Porco Dios significa Dios de puerco. Pero es una expletiva muy graciosa. Y especialmente es lo que implemento para hacer amigos en una otra cultura. Por ejemplo, normalmente digo modismos muy graciosos en español. Es una expresión... Sí, pero no. Es como... Mierda, joder, me cago, etc. Es la misma categoría de palabras. O frases... groseros. Es que en inglés se dice expletives. O swears. Grosería. Insulto no, grosería sí. Yo, how are things? Okay. I was being a right fool yesterday, and I might have, oh, I definitely overdid it yesterday. Swear word. Claro. Yo, Firebolt, thanks for the good luck. I have a feeling today might be the day. But yeah, yesterday, like, after, you know, streaming for like 5 hours, I decided to also play Peak and Repo with Spanish speakers for 5 hours. I may have tired my brain out. A lot. El sub 920. I did not have a good rest. Okay. Claro. 4 segundos. I don't think we need to do much. I think, I don't know. I'm in top shape for Antagony right now. And also, there's something today that I haven't had in a while, and that's a good breakfast. The only thing is I didn't sleep well, but I never sleep well, so I mean. I don't know. I think we're ready. That was a very quick practice session, too. One of the quickest I've done in a long while. Because usually I practice way more than that. But I don't have to today. Ugh. Still quite close to shape. Yesterday, and just more well fed yesterday. And you know, it is entirely possible that today's the day, and if today's the day, then today's the day. Oh. That sounds really dumb, I know. I'm still in the process of waking up. Looking for deodorant to put on so it'll stink. I'll probably have to buy some. Okay. Okay, are we ready for runs? Because I certainly am. You know what? We're gonna do something a little different. Big screenshot. Open in File Explorer. Copy. Paste. Okay. Wait a moment. Oh, wait, hang on. I know why that's not. Why that wouldn't work. Unless I can. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, that ain't working. Oh wait, hang on a second. Ah. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, that ain't working. Okay. None of these splits are particularly hard to beat either. Unlike, unlike the 932, the 930 splits are pretty easy to beat. Yo, Pete. There was more or less nothing that was, like, extremely difficult to beat. Well, like, I mean, a 122, my average, what even is my average? 121. Sir. I have a feeling today is the day. But streaming to your PC, yeah, I know about that. I didn't like it that much. But it does work quite well. I got robbed. Let's see where this one goes. Yeah, the others are kind of shit. And whatever, it's cool, yeah. No. You wanted to get homebrew in it? Though, this is just a bonus, yeah. Unfortunately, they have not made, overlapping. They haven't coded overlapping, apps. When you load a new one, it deletes the old one. Or, well, not deletes, but you know what I mean. Okay. I could still be ahead. Beso, tío. Gracias, tío. Menos mal. No. Menos mal que me esperes de ese tío. You also finished the Elite Four on the Diamond file. Let's go. Spoon-fed nut. And big. I don't know. Okay. Micro SD. Add one that you only used once. Nice. There we go. So 120. Yeah, I imagine. Imagina, tío. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Holy spoon-fed Batman. You spoon on my twins till I get it true. Porca Madonna. Yep.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the right.
New world record incoming?
Sweep the
Don't know yet.
rug.
Come on. Wake up. I should have died. Fuck! Ah, no, man. Already? Okay, hang on. Let's find out how far ahead I was. .458. Right at that moment. And... I should have died. I was 9 seconds ahead. Yeah. That was, yeah, that was 100%, that was absolutely sub 920 pace. That run was sub 920 pace for sure. It was sub 920 pace by a second. I'm locked in today. Actually, I was spaghettiing all over the place because I'm not awake yet. That's the unfortunate state of things, is that, like, despite, like, I'm prepared. I'm fully fucking prepared to take this down. It's just that my brain is not awake enough because I went to bed late and the dogs decided it was a smart idea to go outside and fucking bark when I only had 5 hours of sleep. And it woke me up. I do not drink caffeine, no. Interesting, though, that within 5 attempts, I was already past the first door. That's a good sign, especially if I can actually wake up. If I can wake up, if I can get myself awake, I might play like a monster today. I hope so, because I mean, I was thinking about just all of the runs I'm missing. all of the things I could be doing. Instead, I turn into a monster, kind of funny. I am close. I am very close. But I don't know why people are thinking I'm gonna stop at sub 930. I'm not going for sub 930. I'm going for sub 920. It's just, there's a thing in speedrunning called the sub curse. Well, I call it the sub curse. Where, like, when you're about to hit a sub, for some reason you have some weird mental block that prevents you from getting that sub, but once you get it, you just go wild. Or, well, what's gonna happen in my case, I'm pretty sure, is I'm just not even going to reach a 9.2x. I'll just go straight for the sub 9. Or the sub 910. Or sub 920. We'll get this 9.1x. Get the 1.9x, be done with it. And imagine if I get, also thanks for the good luck. I mean, I'm just imagining, like I've been doing, like, if I somehow, some way, sub 910, no, I'm not getting a sub 910. That was a I misspoke. I can't play that perfectly. In order to get a sub 910, I would have to do so much shit. I don't even know if I can get a 601 antagony. And I would need to get a, well, Segmented gets a 308 antagony entry, so I would need to get at least a 601 or faster. I'd probably need to get like a sub 6 antagony, and I do not know if I'm capable of that. I know I'm capable of 602. Dude, that's the second time you've just delayed my jump. And I would need to either match Segmented, or I would need to get a... I'd either need to match Segmented in Antagony, or I would need to match Segmented in the first 3 splits. Actually, matching it in Antagony is more plausible, because the strats you have to pull off in the beginning is, like, really bad. The pace that I was on was like, it had like 2 or 3 seconds of leeway. Since I entered Antagony at like a 3:15. And it's like, my average good pace for entering Antagony is about a 316. If I get a 317 though, now I will reset. Or I will just, I'll take it. I might still take it, but anything higher than a 317 is almost guaranteed failure. I essentially would just need to have, like, a lot of this, unfortunately, depends on Hub 1. Hub 1 has the most variance in times, Warp Skip kind of does too, but Warp Skip shouldn't be as bad. It's like Warp Skip is within 3 seconds. Hub 1 is within 5. And Nut Skip variance is like 3 seconds in and of itself. This is actually a big reason why I wanted to try to make something consistent with Hub 1 or with Nut Skip, because it would be a lot easier for me to get the sub 920 if I didn't have to deal with all the variables in Nut Skip. I tried Giga Nut. It works sometimes, doesn't work all the time. Just gotta go with old reliable for now. I'm not bleeding, am I? No. Come on, man. I'm gonna be about +1. Best I can get is a 316. Well, I could technically get a 315 if I play really well in Hub 2. But I usually treat Hub 2 as like the break zone. Since it's the easiest, okay, run's dead. Hub 2 is the easiest out of all of the splits. It's not the easiest part in the run. I would say the easiest part in the run is after first door skip before Gauntlet. And Cursed Splash is like the second easiest. And then after that is post Tikimon, I would say. Almost 4 seconds lost. Nope. How long have we been speedrunning Twinsanity? On and off for 10 years. Yo, Vanny, morning. Thanks for the good luck. Cumulatively, it's more like 5 years. 5 or 6. Yo, thanks for the good luck. This is a reset. I'm gonna need it. Within the first 5 attempts today, I got a 315 that went past the first door, but I couldn't handle the nerves because I wasn't awake. I'm more awake now, but I'm still not fully awake. Do I have a goal after you stop speedrunning? That I stopped speedrunning the game? Well, once I get sub 920, I get the sub 102 in Hundo when I dip. I'm gonna play another game. I've been running this game straight for like 4 years. Hey yo, MGG. I wanna stop because the thing about these any percent grinds is they take like 6 hours, sometimes 8 hours, 9 hours. It's too much. But I want to get the sub 920 because I'd like to leave the game with an incredible time. An incredible time that I've actually earned, unlike, you know, certain somebody. Fucking drashed. I still find it extremely weird that Drashed was like, I never heard of the guy before. Because most, like, top people in Smash, when do I feel that I will hit it? Today, probably? You can't just, like, I feel like I'm getting it today. That doesn't mean I will. Nothing is guaranteed in speedrunning. Because you're not just struggling, you're struggling with yourself, you're struggling with the game. And this is the second hardest category in Crash speedrunning. And the only reason why there's a harder category is because you're doing CNK tracks blind for most of it. Twinsanity never likes playing nice. I'm surprised I got the checkpoint. Ooh, okay, I just got fucked over like 3 times, alright. So 2 jumps, the camera blocked me, and I clipped inside of the ground of the pipe. And that caused me to insta-fall as soon as I tried jumping. And I fell off. And then, like, the second time the camera pushed me to the right, so I couldn't get on the light. Twice after that. And unfortunately, there was just nothing I could have done. That is probably the most unlucky I've ever been on that one. What is the difficult level of each category in this game? Antagony, 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 and antagony. Wait. Antagony, 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 and Academy of Evil. Oh, the difficulty level of each category? Oh. Any percent is 10 out of 10. Hundo is a... Cursed Warp Hundo is a 9 out of 10 because of Cortex Antagony. All levels is an 8 out of 10 to an 8.5 out of 10 because of Cortex Antagony. And no Dimension Skip is an 8 out of 10 because all the tricks are hard. And Standard Hundo, if you include Cortex Antagony, it's an 8.5. If you don't, it's a 7. All levels, if you don't include Cortex Antagony, is about a 7 or a 6. Any percent if you don't have Cortex Antagony is an 8 out of 10. Or, it's like a 7.5. If you use the easier strats, it's like a 7.5 out of 10, if I'm gonna be honest. If you use the beginner, or like the easier strats, including bringing Cortex to make sure the game doesn't crash, then it's probably like a 6 out of 10. Yo, Blord my goat. Like, at the end of the day, even with beginner strats, the game is about a 5 out of 10 on a good day. All levels, the easiest. After that comes any percent? No. This game made you do it? Hundo is easier than any percent in basically every sense of the word. Just because any percent is short doesn't make it easy. You can do easy strats, but easy strats is still a 6 out of 10 and a beginner's at a 2 out of 10 level. The most accessible is all levels, because all levels with beginner strats is about a 4 out of 10. Hundo is about a 5 out of 10. Any percent still a 6 out of 10. No Dimension Skip has no beginner-friendly strats. So it will always remain a 7.5 to 8 out of 10. This game is hard. This game is very hard. You were getting sick of doing Jungle Bungle every time you wanted to practice Mecha Skip? Once Sustain comes out with the save editor, you won't need to care about that anymore. But yeah, it's like I have said many, many times. You have to remember, I make this game look way easier than it actually is. You can ask every single person who has done runs of this game. That, like, I make this game look easy and accessible. This game is not easy. This game is very hard. Even at the beginner level, just the floor is hard to reach. Think about climbing Kami's tower in Dragon Ball. The floor is at the top already. To be honest, Antagony isn't even like the deciding problem, the deciding factor. That's another 315.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
It's pretty nice to pick up. Yeah, the game feels very nice once you actually get good. Or once you get a grasp of the mechanics, the game is very nice. There are sweet spots in the skill, in like skill levels. When you reach those, the game's very nice, very consistent, and plays quite well. No! I messed up the inputs. Either that or Cortex didn't turn correctly. Turned too much. That should have worked. I don't know why that one didn't work. Okay. D-pad doesn't work. This is sad. Also, it's not really the skill ceiling, it's the skill floor. The skill floor is the problem. Now see, Blord, you can deal with it because you play Jack, and Jack is a mechanically very difficult game. I don't know if it's as difficult as Twinsanity because Twinsanity it's not very complex. It's a very mechanically simple game. But it is absolutely not something you should ever pick up. You should never pick up something like any percent. The biggest trap with any percent is that everybody says, because it's a short category, you know, it might be hard, but I can learn it. It's like, no, you can't. Any percent was the second to last category I learned. I started in Hundo. Classically, I am a Hundo runner. And you start mastering one thing, you begin to forget another. Yep. Jack is simple in many ways, but there's a lot of niche things that do stem into the realm of how the fuck do you do that? By far the most intimidating to run out of all the Crash games. Yes, this game is very intimidating. Because there's a thing. Like, if you compare the way that this game functions versus CTR, here's the thing about CTR. CTR doesn't exactly fight you all the time. CTR's mechanics are just hard. Like, really, really hard. Twinsanity's mechanics fight you. Like, in CTR, you're not usually fighting against mechanics, you're fighting against RNG. Because a lot of the times, like, say, with the Tiny Arena TNT bullshit, like, you are more or less fighting against RNG and some dumb sub-pixel bullshit. You're not fighting against the game's mechanics. Exactly. There are some things, like, say, you know, Papu's Pyramid, where the skips are, like, fucked up and bullshit, kind of stupid. But there's nothing that really is, that suggests the game is, like, fighting you. It's the same thing with C&K. The game is not fighting you. Twins has a lot of similarities, like Camera. Camera's your biggest enemy in Jack and Twins. The camera is a very big enemy in Twinsanity, and the problem is there is no consistency with the camera. So you have to be extremely diligent. Bash doesn't fight against you in the same way. Bash's mechanics don't fight against you. The RNG fights against you. It's different. The only person I've seen who actually can fight against the RNG is Sage, and possibly Elite, but I haven't watched enough of him to know. I would say, though, that Bash is probably the most brutal out of all, like, Bash categories are the most brutal. Who's Sage? He was the original Bash runner. His, any percent no MM run stood for, like, almost a decade. And I witnessed that live back in fucking 2013. That was one of the craziest runs of my life. Only recently have I ever felt those nerves before, or again, and that's in my own Twins runs. Yeah, Twins RNG is extremely tame for the most part, but dealing with Twins RNG sucks. Yeah, that run stood for a very long time. But I have never seen somebody that was skilled at Bash, and Sage was skilled at Bash. There were times where he got extremely bad RNG, and he fought against it and won. In that run specifically. And like I said, I was there. I watched it live. But I would say, like, if you compare Twins and Bash, the difference is that Bash is brutal, Twins is cruel. Because Twins will fight you every single step of the way. Every single step. Twins will fight. Finnish people seem to be insane at Crash. Yep, it's probably a culture thing. Finnish people are really weirdly good at a lot of things they do. Samurai Man, amazing glitch finder. You have Garish Goblin, and for Halo Combat Evolved, he was phenomenal. You had Dust, who passed away. Broer Manus was pretty good. Pool, who's fucking good at everything he fucking touches. Finnish people are just oddly insane at everything. PBs by minutes every run. Yeah. Finnish people are like the Western Japanese. Or like the Western version of the Japanese. It's odd. I don't understand why Finnish people are just like fucking amazing. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's a cultural thing. Because from what I have heard, at least from like the Japanese side of the FGC, because my IRL friends are FGC guys, the way that they tend to approach strats, or say like in fighting game terms, the way that they tend to approach fights is by labbing everything. And it might just be something intrinsic to a certain culture of how you approach certain things you want to be good at. Like, in the FGC, Americans are incredibly aggressive, but they don't lab that much, generally speaking. This is also pretty consistent in speedrunning, too. There are outliers. Myself, I am an outlier. Surprisingly, I approach things from a very Japanese way, and I've always done so. As in, like, I lab everything. Green Sweegie is another guy who does very similar things as I do. Articulate people. Finnish people are very articulate as well. Brazilians also tend to be like some, like, crazy fucking force. Because, like, usually a game is either dominated by Finnish people, Brazilians, or Japanese. And sometimes Russians. I fucked that up. Neat. Twinsanity used to be dominated by a Russian. That was Smartkin. Until Joe came around, Twinsanity was dominated by Smartkin and Pool. And then after Joe was me, though. Noah, I believe, is also American, and he, yeah, shoutouts to Pool, the legend, the best. Beta used to dominate some things about twins, but only because he was a labber, like me. I'm a rare breed, at least in terms of, like, Americans, where, like, I lab things. I'll lab anything and everything, and that's my secret. I also happen to be very skilled at specific things, which is movement analysis, mechanical analysis, and labbing. Which is something Twinsanity desperately needed, because a lot of people didn't really lab the movement. A lot of it was just assuming everything. You spawn in the upper platform. On what version? What version? did you do this on? Were you on PS2 or were you on Xbox? You were on PS2. NTSC or PAL? NTSC. Do you have the tree by Farmer Ernest? The big tree that you can just, like, climb from the beach to, the top? Or is it a small tree? The difference is that the small tree is like a very skinny red one. The big tree is like the bigger trees up at the top of the farm. Like the big tree that we used to skip the blonde cutscenes at the start of Jungle Bungle. This is important information to know because I know what happened. It's just it's a big tree. Okay. So, alright, so one of my potential theories was correct. Let me document this real quick. I am going to put this in the Twins chat because you are the first person to get save warping on PS2. Hopefully I'm not... Okay. At... Sloths. What does that mean? Not much, really? Okay, so I'll explain to you what happened, because this is the thing. So essentially, how the game does its saves, because by the way, we actually figured this out recently. How the game determines its saves is that when you hit a world checkpoint, it takes an ID of where that world checkpoint is to know where you're supposed to spawn. But you were in a different chunk. So when you were in that chunk, it basically saved inside of that chunk using that ID. However, the ID of that particular checkpoint was over the value that was possible in that chunk. So it basically goes back to the final viable ID, which happens to spawn you above where Tikimon is. Essentially every single chunk has these save IDs. This is what the save editor that Sustain is working on is going to do, is you're going to be able to basically put crash and put any save in any of these viable positions. Which, if anybody's curious, I'm sure Sustain does not care if I share. Also plays Cortex. Kinda, but not really. I was mistaken by that. But if anybody is curious to see what the hell happened, here, I will post this here. And also, I will guide you into what you were doing, just so you have a good idea. So let's see here. That would be Earth Hub, and you're looking at Hub D. Hub D, the checkpoint you hit had an ID of 6. And let's see what chunk that is. Hub D totem exit. And since you had an ID of 6, if you look at the ID of 6 in totem exit, you see you're actually in hub D, exactly where you spawned. You know what? I'll go even further. Hang on. I will show this myself. Okay, so this is where we are, right? So, hub D, this is hub D right here, right? So, you threw Cortex into here, which is, you see, this is ID 6. While you were in this chunk, which is totem exit, right here. So, it gave you ID 6 for that chunk, which is this right here. That matches the spawn point perfectly, doesn't it? That is how save warping works. So I'll give you another one. Everybody knows my my Twinsanity Island save, which is a save warp. It's the same concept. Yeah, that's where you spawn in the file. ¿Qué es eso? Estoy explicando algo que se llama save warping. Alright. So, here. So, I hit this right here. And on the NTSC Xbox version, right? I hit this. And then I go into this chunk and then die. So then when I die, it basically chooses this chunk in specific, Lab Psycho, which is the Psychotron. And then it applies ID number 0 when I respawn here. This is NTSC Xbox only. And where do I spawn? Right here. And where do I spawn when I load Twinsanity Island? Right here. This is how save warping works. The classic one that we've known about is the beach one, where you see you can spawn here. Let's go to ID number 1. Oh, look at here. Right here, the Jungle Bungle one. Because of course, when you hit this world checkpoint, and then you go into the beach chunk right here, and then die, and come back on NTSC Xbox, you get the save warp. Because it is applying ID number 1 to the beach chunk. And where do you go? Here. That is how save warping works. So yes, we just had a documented case of save warping happening on NTSC PS2. However, the way that you did it probably is possible on all versions. It's just that I wanted to kind of make a point exponer así en la universidad, imagínate. Also, I want to check to see. Apparently, it's not the first time that has happened, but I wanted to kind of like use that as an explanation for save warping and stuff. You were so confused on how you did it? It's not that bad. I would assume that you could possibly do it in the opposite order somehow. I think you could possibly do it in the opposite order. By hitting a checkpoint while in a different chunk. And then getting a loading screen, I think. It's a very similar... It's very similar to how Cursed Warp works, but it's slightly different. Similar mechanic, different outcomes, different variables and stuff. Which, I mean, of course, you know, thanks for the good luck. Of course, I'm not going to, like, say that I know everything. It's just I'm giving the most my own understanding of what the hell's going on. I am no expert in the stuff, it's just that I'm looking at the patterns and I'm explaining what I understand. And that is, by the way, exactly what the save editor is going to do. Is it will give you exactly those results. It dropped my spin. I lost a little bit of time. Not that bad, though. So yeah, now you guys had some big brain explanations. Sonic Blast RA win. It's not a no. I actually do enjoy that game for how fucking garbage it is. Now the only thing is we just need to get, damn, I could have saved that. Now the only thing is we need to get, what's it called, just need to get a run into Antagony. That's fast, again. I've had 2 315s entering Antagony today, already. I haven't even done 50 attempts yet. So... I've only done 43 attempts. I don't know, the next time I enter might be it. If it's it. Oh, come on, man. That was unfair. I was stuck kind of like in limbo between being in the air and not being in the air. Come on, man. I don't want to keep it, to be honest. I'm gonna keep it, though. You never know, could strike gold. Potential 317. Yeah, I had to play like perfectly there. Nine seconds of leeway is brutal. That's a second per minute. Well, in reality, it's like... yeah, it's about a second per minute. I should have gotten it. Okay, I have to play perfectly. Dust said no. $316. This is pretty fast. Two seconds off of perfection required. Porco Dio. Porco Dio cane. Buongiorno, porco Dio. I was making the hands. The hands of what do you want? Right now, I'm popular with Italians. Good afternoon, Mr. Guides. Il Signore Guides. It gets popular with Italians. You porco, Dio cane. Dio porco, Dio porco, Dio porco, Dio cano, Dio cano. Being blessed by blasphemy is kind of crazy. Hola, buenas. ¿Cómo andas? Yo con pies. Nope. Can't afford to lose that much time. Good luck. You've been watching my runs on YouTube for some time. Thanks for the good luck. I would assume that in the next, like, 2 or 3 months, I'll probably be able to at least add, just by Porco Dio randomly. Yes, I have noticed that. Dio ladro. At least I got spoon-fed. Hold up. Okay. 315 is possible? Never mind. If you hold the slide button, the game will just assume you're holding the slide button and you can't spin while you're holding the slide button. Which is how I died there. But yeah, I appreciate it on impressing people. These runs are not easy. I would probably say they're more when Crash just doesn't like to spin. Yep. The game has really odd mechanics. Oh, like if Crash is falling while holding the slide button, the game assumes he's still in a sliding state. The game is assuming he's sliding down a slope, and it's odd. And that's pretty much what happened there. That's the whole reason why I didn't spin. Was because the game just decided that I'm not allowed to spin. Because sometimes I hold the slide button for too long. A way to stop it would be for me to let go of the stick, but I don't want to let go of the stick, because if I let go of the stick, that's kind of... that loses time. Okay, those are like 2 minor time losses, and then game said no. Oh, my back. Ugh. Oh, my shoulder cracked. This game is unfortunately very brutal. Buenas, yo. I would say that that my gameplay downplays how brutal this game actually is. And I'm not saying this to be pedantic. You can ask anybody that has attempted to learn any percent and has given up. Seeing me run any percent, it's like, it's under 10 minutes, it'll be fine. No. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Archie too cold. Xbox and PS3 controller, or PS5, yes. Xbox has more angles. The PS5 controller only has 128 angles. The Xbox Series controller has 200 some. What is the best for speedruns? Depends on the game. If you don't need the controller accuracy, PS5 is fine. My specific controller has over 2,000 angles, though my adapter truncates it to 500 something. And that's pretty good for twins. I would say if you need to go D-pad, use a PS1 controller. Xbox is always going to win in the stick angle department. I use a third-party controller that is incredibly accurate. And very low latency. It also just depends on what you want to do. The Xbox Series D-pad's not that bad. The D-pad on this thing is just pure garbage. Cortex fucking dies the game, yo, Satella guy. Yeah, I got robbed again. It happens. That room was tight. It was okay. It had a possibility for a 316 antagony entry, which kind of sucks because at most that's like a 2-second thing. Which controller do I use? It's called the PXMP5. It is a very good controller for what it is designed to do. And also, I never go wireless with it. I've heard bad things about it. It does have Hall effect, though I would suggest being very careful with it, because just because it's Hall effect does not mean that it won't have drift. And just because it is its Hall effect doesn't mean that it's good. It just means that it won't have the same type of problems. There's magnets in there, you have to be a little careful, because if they get misaligned, you will get stick drift. TMR is a similar thing, but it uses less power. I don't like wireless because of the input delay. Like, it has to process the signal from sending a signal, which is not as reliable as wired. I always use my USB-C cable for all of my controllers. I never go wireless. Wireless is nothing but a convenience. What do you mean? TMR uses insane mechanics. Yeah, I think that's cool. It's just that I don't exactly see the same results. Like, there's not much of a difference that I've seen between TMR and Hall effect, though I'm guessing Hall effect is more prone to issues because of the magnets. Hall effect is kind of older technology. A lot of people don't know this, but the Dreamcast controller used Hall effect. Most Dreamcast controllers do not have stick issues, despite the fact that they've been around for a very long time. There's a new technology called capacitance, which is even cooler because it detects the actual stick angles themselves rather than using resistance, because all of the other three use a level of resistance. Capacitance does not use resistance. It's a very new technology. I used a controller which is actually the PXMP5 8K, and it feels nice, like giga nice. It feels like you're basically moving nothing. With Hall effect, there's resistance, but there's less resistance than capacitors. I didn't know that. But yeah, the Dreamcast controller was very ahead of its time. Dreamcast controller was always very good. Now, I wouldn't say that it's great. Yeah, the big companies downgraded so they could sell more controllers. Yep, that's 100% true. That's why you see older controllers not having issues like stick drift, because they already fixed those. A lot of those problems are artificially introduced. So that way you have to switch controllers every year. That's why, like, you look at PS1 and PS2 controllers. The PS2 controllers are fucking dog shit. Same thing with PS3 controllers. You look at PS1 controllers, they're awesome. Those things last a long time. Xbox 360 controllers can last quite a while. OG Xbox controllers, it's kind of half and half. Dreamcast controllers never got stick drift. They never had too many issues. They could just get very loose sometimes. We already had solutions to all of these problems. They were just artificially introduced so they could sell more controllers. That's the thing that sucks. The DS2s, they use the plastic shells and sheets instead of the, Origin! Aleps, ¿cómo andas? Spoon-fed as shit. Con sueño, joder. That's another. I've had 3-3-15s today, yo, Colty. ¿Qué has desayunado? ¿Cuál feliz? Ah, sí. Lo he escuchado por Gav. Yo, Colty. Thanks for the good luck. Here we go again. Yo, that improvising was kind of crazy. Fuck off, dude. Dude, come on! What was that? Oh man. Diokane. Is everything fucked up outside for me because of Canada Fire? Is it not that far south? I haven't heard of anything. Okay. Unplug this. Unplug this. Plug this. Plug this in. Plug this in. I didn't know about the Canada fires. Plug this in. Okay. All right. Wait. I was playing on my original copy. Diokane. Of course I know what that means. Porco Dio. Porca Madonna. Yes, I know what that means. Of course I know what that means. It means I get banned from Italian television. And get excommunicated from the Italian Church and the Vatican. For being a blasphemer. Dio porco Dio bastardo. Dude, I have told people many times I'm a fucking anomaly because I'm an American that speaks 3 languages. And, like, I know, like, things I shouldn't know about other languages. There's Cratchit. One of us. Let's go, dude. I am now officially Italian. Wait, I'm American? Wait, you didn't know that? You're joking, right? I was born and raised in Ohio. The only time I didn't live in Ohio, was when I did a study abroad program in Japan. I speak Spanish and Japanese, and I'm learning Italian. Ser. But Scott is there? Exactly. I'm not that far from where Scott's from. I think Scott's up by Sandusky. I'm not that far away. I'm not unreasonable. I'm not reasonably close. It would be tienes un buen inglés. Yeah, so basically, like, I was speaking in Spanish at one point in my streams. And then I switched to English. Bestemnie? I don't think so. But like, I switched to English, and then somebody in Spanish was like, you have really good English. Bon anglais pour un espagnol. Espagnol. Yeah. Basically, like, a guy literally told me, like, your English is good. I say as a Spanish person. Is basically what he told me. And that was, like, the funniest thing. Parlez-vous porco Dio? Porca. My English is pretty good. So the thing about English for me is that my mom taught me how to read when I was 3 years old, so I was reading books. Apparently they call it hyperlexical, where I was capable of reading at a very high level when I was very young. I was capable of reading, like, several years ahead. And because of that, and because my mom is well-spoken, I learned how to speak properly despite where I was from. Because I'm from the ghetto, very few people actually speak the way that I do. Which, I mean, outside of me swearing like a fucking sailor, I do pride myself in my ability to speak English properly. At least a lot more properly than the standard populace. I don't speak English perfectly, of course I don't. Nobody does. And I don't follow pedantic rules, but I do take pride in the fact that I have a very good understanding of English grammar, and I have a very good understanding of English pronunciation. So I do speak English quite well for an English speaker, because a lot of English speakers don't speak at the same level as I do. Which is okay, because you don't have to speak your native language well, you just need to be able to speak it to communicate. I've wanted to go further than that, and that's fine. Other people don't. They don't have to. You don't have to speak your native language well. Apparently, I speak Spanish better than a lot of Spanish speakers. Yo, Jet, thanks for the congrats on the PB, and thanks for the good luck. But the other thing about it is that you would say, wow, that's great, that's amazing. It's like, not really, because when you learn when your second language, once you get pretty good at it, you have a tendency to have better grammar than the standard populace, but you can't use it the way natives do, because natives will make native speaker mistakes. Don't speak proper Italian, yeah. Like, I just have the really good linguistic ability. So, yeah. And of course, I'm not saying this to brag either, absolutely not. It's something that I have just developed on my own. It doesn't make sense to compare to other people that haven't tried, because, I mean, the thing is why would you try to get better at your own language when you speak it just fine? That's illiteracy in English, by the way, Cratchit. Yeah, in the US, it's like, no, the word doesn't exist, as far as I'm aware. If it is, if it does, it doesn't get used. Common person says illiterate. I think US illiteracy is like in the 70 percentile. Which, by the way, in case anybody's curious, illiteracy, at least the English definition of illiteracy is not being able to read anything above the level of an 11-year-old. As in, like, the base standard of what they teach in schools to 11 and 12-year-olds. That is the baseline for literacy. I was capable of doing this when I was 6. In British English? Oh, huh, interesting. I've only heard it in Spanish. That's why I know about it. But, yeah, so how scary is it that the majority of adults cannot read above, like, an 11-year-old level? Okay, that was terrible, movement. I think I was gonna sub 119 there, and now it's gonna be like a 119.5 or something. Never mind. And have a duty towards school. Yeah. The thing is that the majority of us on the internet have a pretty high literacy rate because we're always reading. Even if it's like basically brain rot nonsense. Have literacy issues. Wouldn't literacy issues basically mean not being literate? I would consider literacy issues being, not being literate. Okay, I hate the fucking cable jump with a passion. See, the thing about, passing a grade is like you're doing it for a grade. The majority of people should be able to read above a certain level. To my standards, which I mean, I don't see myself... Like, the thing is, I do have reading comprehension issues because I read too fast. So, like, since I read so fast, my brain doesn't always comprehend exactly what I'm reading. But I read very fast. But most people should have the capability to, like, read at a decent level. And most people don't. And I've seen it. I've seen a lot of, like, things. Like, I don't think people should be able to, like, read chat while playing like I do, because you have to be able to read really fucking fast to be able to do that. But I sometimes see people struggle with very basic things in reading, and that's very concerning for me. Are functionally literate. About 54% adults read below a 6th grade level. I would consider, like, not being able to read above a 6th grade level. I wouldn't exactly consider that literate. There's a reason for that, by the way. If you read below that level, that means your ability to read is very underdeveloped. And the thing is that when you can't... That's around the time when you start reading between the lines. As in, you're trying to figure out, who is this for? It's basically, who is this for? Why is this being written? Like, if you cannot read and be able to figure out those basic things, like, you don't have to be able to do it for books. Like, here's the thing. For books, it doesn't fucking matter. But if you're reading an article and you cannot figure out why is it being written, you know, you can read the content and understand the content just fine. But if you're reading a headline or an article of some kind, you need to be able to figure out, who is the person writing this? What message are they trying to send? And who the audience that this person is writing for is. If you cannot determine that, I don't believe you are literate. Because the thing is that if you're below that level, you cannot comprehend anything except the information given to you. And what that means is that it is very easy to basically tell somebody exactly what you want them to hear and believe it. That's dangerous, because that is, like, people stop thinking for themselves. They don't form their own conclusions. Buenas, Boru. ¿Cómo andas? It's like, dude. And yeah, you don't want your doctor to be functional, like slightly illiterate. People need to be able to come to their own conclusions. Because especially if you can't, you will mistrust true information, and you'll trust misinformation. If you're unable to, like, understand the biases of the writer. That's a terrifying thought. Like, stories are different. How are you supposed to tell what the author wants? Because those are very long. But something short, like an article, you can tell. Okay. Aliens just landed on a video according to a video you saw on Facebook. Yeah. Con tu abuela. Vaya, provecho. You hate AI stuff on Facebook? Dun, 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 dun. Now, I also don't want to kind of go on the stupid conspiracy theories of like they're trying to control us or whatever. Some people are trying to manipulate the populace. Yes, but I don't think like it's some kind of like big government conspiracy. It's just that people just want you to be on their side. And being able to identify that is like a huge thing, and I would not count somebody literate if they cannot figure that out. One day we'll have AI movies. We already do. Dude, it's fucked up. By the way, the whole reason why people believe AI is like a living being and why people believe AI information is entirely because they are incapable of figuring out that AI is capable of damn. It's the entire reason why like people are incapable of understanding that a lot of information the AI gives is false and only trying to use fluff. It's trickery. It's very easy. Like if I ask AI something, it is believable enough to where if you don't have the information at hand on the topic, you will believe it because it sounds like it's true. Yeah, that's also true. Don't make jokes like that. It wants to give answers at all costs. Yes. The reason is quite simple. 2 movie theaters in Idaho, damn. The other theaters are just filled with potatoes. And that one guy named Fred. We don't know who he is, but his name is Fred. Fred, the YouTuber. Hey guys, it's Fred! Hiya, Fred. Wilma! Yeah! Insert John Cena true. I am capable of doing a lot more impressions than people think I can. I just don't usually do them. At least not in public. I don't do ones that I don't want people to hear. Like, I do impressions of the entire Looney Tunes cast, actually. I'm just not very good at them. So I don't do them in public. Yo, listen, the other day, by the way, while I was in a call with some friends, I found this one VTuber, right? And she had a kind of accent that you could only understand as, like, purely Boston mixed with fucking Midwest, and it's just insane. And she actually made a video saying, like, you know, I tried so hard to hide my accent, and now it's like, I just can't. Because she was embarrassed about her accent, and I'm like, no, this is fucking fascinating. Like, it's a genuine Boston accent, like, you know, khakis within the khakis type shit, and that's, like, that's so rare nowadays. You don't get anybody that has, like, non-rhotic accents in the United States anymore. Like, Bernie Sanders, no matter what you're gonna say about him, no matter your political affiliations, you have to say it is impressive that he is one of the last remaining people that does non-rhotic accents in the United States. Because non-rhotic accents, by the way, non-rhotic means people who don't pronounce their R's except in intervocalic, intrusive R ways. So they'll say water instead of water. But then the intrusive R comes out, which the intrusive R is like basically what happens when you have two words that, like, one ends in a vowel and another one starts in a vowel, is like, it doesn't happen, it doesn't work in non-rhotic accents. So they will create an R. One of the examples I always use with that is saying emerald. I gave the water to Emerald. She liked it. Like, you hear water to Emerald. She liked it. That's an example of a non-rhotic accent. This is also why some accents, particularly southern accents, tend to say idea instead of idea, because it is a it's an overcorrection from non-rhotic intrusive R. Yo, Colty, thanks for the stonks. I have a plethora of knowledge when it comes to pronunciation and phonetics. A lot more than the standard person, and it's partially because I'm a sound guy, partially because of voice acting, partially because of I do beatboxing, and it's partially because of my linguistics. But I particularly really my expertise is in phonetics and acquisition. Or rather, some of it is phonotactics, because the intrusive R is not entirely phonetics, it is part of phonotactics, which you can't pronounce anything until you hear it. That is understandable. So, phonotactics is it sounds like it's a fancy thing. It's not a fancy thing. It's basically, if you break it down, it just means the strategies that a speaker uses in their pronunciation. Phono meaning sound, tactics meaning, well, tactics. In the English language, generally with Americans, we tend to pronounce intervocalic D's and T's with a flapped R. Like how I say water, batter, batter and batter, which you could pronounce batter and batter. But there is a tendency to pronounce it with a flapped R sound. That particular sound is also practically is nearly impossible for most American or English speakers to do without a vowel. So, like, say a good example of that is, if I were to say the word roku in Japanese, according to American phonotactics, I would say uroku. You hear the roku. I have actually destroyed this phonotactic because I had to. And now I can do that sound on a whim, roku, with no problems. One that I have not actually completely deleted is the intervocalic flapped sound. I still struggle with it. In Spanish, I don't have to do that because the D is pronounced with the teeth instead of the alveolar ridge, so it's not really that bad. Phonotactics is also the biggest reason why pronunciation is different between people of different native tongues. For example, in Spanish, it is impossible, according to the phonotactics, to have a consonant cluster that starts with S in the same syllable. Because of that, generally, the speaker will add an ed before it. Because, like, say, Español, where Español comes from is Spañolo. And generally, if you hear Español, it's not Español. Español. So when you have Spanish speakers that move into English, they would say estadium instead of stadium. Or like, might be more difficult to learn. The pronunciation is much easier in Spanish. English is, like, phonotactically and phonetically, an extremely complex language. Another thing that is very, very common is the W becomes a gua. So, like, where will become where, what, guants. In Latin America, N becomes an ng. Particularly in Mexico, there are people who would say ladrón instead of ladrón. That n sound is very common in South America on standard N sounds. That is a part of phonotactics. Another part of phonotactics is, in English, we have a tendency, well, I guess it's more mutation, but we tend to eat T's. So wait tends to become wait. That is part of phonotactics, and usually what that does is it basically turns into a no audible release where you actually do pronounce the word, but you don't do it. at the end, which is where you basically take your tongue and you put it in the position where you would do consonant sound, but you just wouldn't make a sound. So wait and wait. They almost sound the same. They're not the same, but they almost sound the same. And usually with no audible release, the sound does tend to bleed over to the next syllable. In my accent, we have nasals. So we have sate, which is to sate, to be satisfied, and saint, which means saint. And mountain, titan. We do nasals in my accent in specific. I say accent with a nasal. I don't say accent unless I'm enunciating properly. But I generally don't. Diferente la palabra chocolate en inglés. Chocolate? No. No se dice chocolate, it's chocolate. Sí, con la S se llama fonotácticos. Chocolate. Normalmente no hay la segunda O. Chocolate. Se pronuncia. Nunca en mi vida he escuchado chocolate. Aparte de hablantes extranjeros. When it is spoken faster, you can't hear the T. Yeah, chocolate. Pues eso es algo diferente. Fonotácticos es como por ejemplo, la elisión de la segunda O. Este es fonotácticos. Pero la pronunciación de ATE no es fonotácticos. Porque el lenguaje escrito no refleja la pronunciación en este caso. Pero hay dialectos en que no echan la segunda O. Chocolate. Pero normalmente sí, aunque la L es una sílaba en vez de una combinación, porque normalmente la L funciona como una vocal también en inglés. Pero a veces, en mi acento, por ejemplo, normalmente no se pronuncia L en su propia sílaba. Normalmente, para mí, es dos sílabas. Chocolate. Pero a veces hay tres, depende del hablante. Chocolate. Este es fonotácticos, pero la E al final de la palabra solo es o sea, AT, se pronuncia no como fonotácticos, pero refleja el idioma hablado. O sea, el habla. Fonotácticos describe las diferencias entre la pronunciación y normalmente no se refleja el lenguaje escrito, solo el habla. Por ejemplo, un ejemplo de fonotácticos que es que normalmente cuando un angloparlante, obviamente un nativo en inglés, como yo, normalmente cuando hay un... ¿Cómo se dice? Un sonido compuesto con dos consonantes. Normalmente cuando empieza con S en el habla hispanohablante se divide y normalmente ponemos una E detrás de la S y después hay otra sílaba, pero para nosotros angloparlantes, normalmente la S puede empezar la sílaba. Por ejemplo, normalmente americanos, o sea, estadounidenses, canadienses, australianos, los de Inglaterra, normalmente se dice español. Pero según los fonotácticos de español, no se puede. ¿Por qué? Según los fonotácticos, S y P se dividen. Así que español en vez de español. Al inicio he aprendido español porque en los fonotácticos de inglés todo correcto. Pero en español no se puede. El idioma español, o sea, el habla español, no permite S y P en la misma sílaba. Por eso es que en italiano hay SP, español. Español. Pero cuando desarrollaba el habla español, por alguna razón la gente no le gustaba oír este sonido. Así que añadieron una E detrás de la S para dividir la S y la P y, por ejemplo, estadio. Por eso normalmente cuando hispanohablantes aprenden italiano, inglés, etc., normalmente añadimos una E detrás de la S en un sonido compuesto. Eso es fonotácticos. También cuando hay una W en el habla español, normalmente añadimos una G. Por eso tenemos pingüino. El nut. Yes, it would be la nut, actually, yo noobs. Por eso mucha gente que aprende inglés se dice o se pronuncia what. Pero la posición de la lengua afecta. O sea, lo afecta. Porque la lengua en español, la lengua española, está más alta en la boca. Y la región velar está casi atrás de la boca. Así que la lengua interfiere con el, ¿cómo se dice? Pasaje del aire. Entonces hay contacto con la boca. Normalmente en inglés no es así porque no bloquea el aire. Pero en español sí. No es una mentira que soy experto en la fonética. Me cago en todo. Especialmente me encanta explicarlo. Es que, porque soy experto, puedo explicarlo bien en español también. Aunque no es mi lengua materna. Y en japonés no puedo porque no tengo el vocabulario suficiente. Pero a veces puedo explicar lo básico. Ok. Es que pude enseñar a la gente japonesa cómo se produce el sonido. Es más fácil enseñar a la gente hispanohablante porque usa un sonido semejante. Porque la D española se produce con los dientes. Y la sonida TH se produce lo mismo. Pero es que hay pares de consonantes. Una que se llama sonora. Sonora es cuando vibra las cuerdas. Por ejemplo, z, z, en vez de la otra, pero ahora mismo se me olvidó cómo se dice, pero no hay vibración. Por ejemplo, you thought your phone was vibrating. Por ejemplo, normalmente la D española, si no hay vibración en las cuerdas, es casi igual que la TH en inglés. Depende del sonido. O sea, depende de la palabra. Por ejemplo, en mi acento se dice with. Pero a veces se pronuncia with. With that being said. With that being said. Suena casi igual que la de español. Así que la mayoría de la gente hispanohablante puede producir el sonido TH fácilmente. Pero es más difícil para los japoneses porque no existe en el habla. Y el problema entre la L y la R es algo de alófonos. Alófonos es cuando entiende dos sonidos como lo mismo. Y sí, existe L en japonés, pero no pueden diferenciar L y R porque son la misma sonida. Okay, I need to concentrate now. No, you fucking bitch! Damn it. Pues perdonadme por ser muy nerd. Pero sí, me encanta la fonética. And by the way, I just went on a whole fucking rant about phonotactics and shit. And allophones as well. Y mientras juega el Twinsanity. Hablando en español sobre fonética y mientras juega el Crash Twinsanity. Pues así soy. Es que... Lo viste todo, joder. Pues en realidad soy tontísimo. Pero... estoy... ¿Cómo se dice? Tenía que pillar tus speedruns. Espero que no. Espero que no, joder. Ojalá que no fuere. Fuere, joder. El idioma antiguo, tío. Pues sí, estoy estudiando para ser profesor de idiomas. No solo de inglés, no solo de español. Finding out about their OnlyFans, that's true. That's fucked. Pero sí, soy tontísimo. Es que me gusta bromear. Me gusta bromear. Bromas malas. Tal vez es porque soy viejo. O sea, no soy viejo exactamente, pero tengo 31 años. Y es algo genético, porque mi padre hace lo mismo. Recuerdo cuando estaba en la boda de mi prima, hace años y años y años, y estábamos con amigos de la familia. Y no recuerdo exactamente qué dije, pero la reacción de dichos amigos era: vaya, Ron, es tu hijo. Claramente es tu hijo. Cuando bromeaba algo grosera. Algo grosero. Es que, ¿cuál es la expresión en español? Es como, ¿verdad? El palo no está lejos del árbol. En inglés se dice, la manzana no se cae lejos del árbol. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. De tal palo, tal astilla. Sí. Astilla. Sí, es que... Es que por eso... Es que me gustan los idiomas. O sea, me encantan los idiomas. Y es que tengo, ¿cómo se dice? Pasión. Y esta pasión quiero compartir a otra gente. ¿Por qué? Literalmente, no prácticamente, literalmente, ¿verdad? Específicamente, me han salvado mi vida aprender idiomas, porque I don't see any drop frames. Porque sin idiomas me quedaría en mi casa sin aprender nada, con miedo de otra gente, sin la habilidad de socializar. Mentalmente disfuncional. Pero la razón por la que pude desafiar o superar mis problemas era aprender los idiomas. ¿Por qué? Aprendiendo otros idiomas me dejó aprender habilidades para socializar. Y así que, para aprender que otra gente no es tan miedosa. No tiene miedo. No hay miedo con otra gente. Pero con los traumas, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. I'm really good at Mexican. Imagine. es que pude superar la ansiedad. Y así que tengo metas en la vida. No tenía metas en la vida. Ya sí. Porque quiero enseñar a la gente idiomas. Y es que hay un concepto en japonés. Se dice Ikigai. Creo. Es como la razón por qué vives. Y la mía es idiomas. Interesante, ¿no? Y normalmente yo digo, o sea, yo bromeo, etcétera. Pero sí, soy inteligente. No soy genio, pero soy inteligente. Soy capaz de hacer conversación intelectual. Pero normalmente no quiero. Porque es más divertido hacer conversación de gilipollas. De gilipolleces. Y especialmente hay alguna cosa en que... Sí, exacto, exacto. Hay una liberación. Porque normalmente hay traumas que está conectado, que son conectados con, por ejemplo, momentos en la vida en tu propio idioma que no existe en otros idiomas, porque hay diferencias entre las reglas en la cultura. Por ejemplo, soy más reservado en inglés que español. Porque normalmente cuando hablo en inglés sé que si digo algo raro, la gente me juzgará. Pero en español no se pasa lo mismo. Es más fácil hablar, o sea, decir cosas raras, porque no hay más consecuencias. The last 15 minutes got me like, yo. I'm having a deep conversation here. I mean, I can explain pretty easily what I'm trying to say. Basically, like, languages saved my life. Because without learning languages, I would have been stuck in my room and not doing anything. Basically, like, it forced me to get out of isolation and just learn that people aren't scary. And there's another thing about that's liberating, is that because social rules are different between languages, you can just say... You understand... Did you understand the full sentence? Con tramas y los otros idiomas. Exacto, exacto. La expresión. Exacto, exacto. Yeah, basically there's trauma that tends to be tied to the rules of your native language that you can just leave when you learn a new language. You're able to express yourself more openly, and the trauma doesn't exactly come. Essentially, when I speak in Spanish, I'm less scared of what I'm saying, and I'm more scared of how I'm saying it. But in English, because I have a tendency to speak faster than I think, I sometimes say things out of line. Sometimes people don't like what I say, and I have difficulty filtering those things. And basically what happens is that it kind of scares the shit out of me, because it has happened before, where I was being really dumb because I'm an idiot, and I had to pay massive consequences for it that is still not healed. In Spanish, I don't exactly have those problems, because, like, first of all, when I say something that's a little weird, most of the time, they just tell me to shut up, which is fine. And if it's bad, most of the time they tell me to shut up. Other times, they just basically tell me, like, they laugh. Because it's like, why is this English speaker being stupid like this? There's more consequences. At least my perception, which there probably isn't really more consequences. It's probably the same, but my brain tells me there's more consequences. So I'm a lot more scared of expressing myself. Like, I don't have opinions that are bad, really. Like, I've gotten about as far as, like, my like in the Sonic and the Secret Rings streams, I probably got about as, quote, bad as I can be, and I think the most people that I've heard me talk about that stuff are probably like, dude, what do you mean bad? That's not even bad. That's just like, you have logical takes. Maybe I don't agree with them, but whatever. But in my brain, it's like I am terrified of talking about stuff like that, because I don't want to be, not just political stuff, but it's just very difficult to properly express myself, because especially when, like, even though I'm not that big, I know that anything that I say can be taken out of context, and I really don't feel like having to fight that shit again. Like Sonic pulling out because that's tight. I mean, that's just being stupid. But yeah, freedom of expression is very different mentally. It's not like it's true. I'm pretty sure that if I said, like, actual fucked up things, I would have the same consequences. But in a different language, my brain doesn't tell me there's problems. I'm more scared in how I'm, like, talking and if people are understanding me. But generally, I also said, like, I'm very capable of intellectual conversation. It's just I choose not to, because why would I? Exacto. There we go. And it's not always just because I am afraid of being judged. It's rather that I'm just a silly motherfucker. Just in general, I am a silly motherfucker. Because actually, when I was a kid, I was serious all the time. Believe it or not, I was quiet. I didn't talk to anybody, and I was very serious. I didn't joke around, I didn't do none of that. Most people are like, would wonder, right? What changed? Nothing changed. The only thing that really changed was, the only thing that really changed was my mindset. That, like, I can be myself. I don't have to be this, like, strict person. Because I've always been silly, but I've repressed it. Well, I had been repressing it. I knew that was gonna happen.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the right.
All right.
The past under the rug.
We go for everything. I really don't want to go for this. No, I'm not going for it. What? What do you mean Cortex spawned immediately? Today's problem is gonna be Gauntlet. By the way, I was fully committed to actually doing every strat. Like throwing Cortex and jumping off of his head. After the next thing, I was gonna go for ball ricochet, which I never go for. I was gonna go for the stupid jump, and I was gonna go for pauseless fast Nina. Because if I do all of that, then there was a chance that I could sub 6. And subbing 6 would be the essential thing for would have been the essential thing for subbing 920. Which that would be a crazy, that would be a crazy, that would be a crazy way to get the sub 920. Is like, I am basically I have a slow run, and I decide to, like, go for everything, and I still get it. I hope that that's not what makes me get... I hope that's not what makes me get, the sub. Yeah, I lost a second here. I lost 2 seconds in warp skip. Okay. Respectable. Never mind. What? No. I'm kind of playing out of my mind today, though. It makes sense. I had a good breakfast. And you know, if I don't get it today, tomorrow, for fucking sure. Because tomorrow I will make sure I sleep well. And I will have, I will sleep well, and I will make sure that I have good, a good breakfast. But yeah, I do like good conversation. I do like intellectual conversation. I like a lot of things. I like talking to people. The only thing is that, also, when I'm streaming and doing, like, attempts, I don't want to be as silly as I normally am. You only really see how silly I am when I'm having a lot of fun. And I get very loud, I get obnoxious sometimes, I say really stupid jokes. That only really happens when I'm having a lot of fun. If I stop making jokes, I'm not in a good mood, usually. If I'm in a good mood, I will do something, not realize that what the fuck I did, or I'll not realize what I did, and then I'll laugh. Because once it kind of sets in that, oh, I just said this really dumb thing, what the fuck, and then I laugh. That only happens when I'm in a good mood. Sounds like ADHD? I do have ADHD. Been diagnosed since I was 5. But yeah, I am absolutely playing out of my mind today. I lost a little bit of time there. It's not that big of a deal, though. Oh, fuck you. Fuck off! Come on! Man! That camera is a piece of shit! I'm not sure if people know what I'm referring to when I say camera. There are cameras outside of the lab, and they track crash. It blocked me from being able to have my full jump, so I couldn't get up to the ledge. And that happens. It's really dumb, because it tends to, like, fuck up several of my attempts. Because, like, that was potential 340 pace? Or 314? You hate that camera? Everybody does. I hope. The fact that I had to deal with it twice, because it's the same, it's the same camera that I had to deal with, for warp skip, or after Cursed Warp. Is it better to play in 4x3? We don't know. On PS2, yes, because PS2 widescreen causes issues. The only reason I'm playing in 4x3 is because my CRT does not support widescreen. I would play in widescreen otherwise. At least I think so. It doesn't support, it only supports interlaced. Almost fucked that up. Oh, come on. Okay, I fucked that up. Okay, what the hell's going on? I play on CRT. You've heard there's zero latency. There's always latency. It's just that, signal processing is much faster on CRTs. Because they happen in, like, nanoseconds instead of milliseconds. You always get latency. Because, the signal of the, graphics card has to. Even on emulator? Yes. The signal still has to be processed. by the machine itself. Emulators, the reason why they have latency is because they have to go through CPU instructions, and then they have to be processed by the graphics card of the machine, and then they have to go to the display device. Like, I think Twinsanity is probably the average of the generation, which is 60 milliseconds. So, plus you have to remember I'm on an adapter, which has like 30 milliseconds. Has more potential. Emulator has more latency, not less. Like, no sé. Te refieres a la conversación. Era una conversación entre mí mismo. Emulator has more potential. No, emulator has more latency. The only reason why emulator might have less latency is and the only time it would have less latency is if you're playing on an HD TV or a digital TV, where the signal of the analog cables has to be converted into a digital signal. So HD TV would have latency. Like, my old HD TV had 7 milliseconds of delay plus the analog signal processing, which can be like a frame or two. What I have, since my adapter is like at least a frame, maybe 2 frames, plus like about 2.5 frames with the 2.5 frames with the actual Xbox. 16 by 9 on PS2 emulator problems? I don't know. Maybe. We haven't tested it on emulator. Emulator's not exactly 100% accurate to console. But yeah. I am dealing with approximately 100 milliseconds of lag. Most likely. Or usually lower than on console. That's not true. It's the opposite. Emulator almost always has higher performance and faster speeds but lower latency because of the processing. It used to not be like that, but accurate emulators will always be better, but they have more latency. Favorite Crash game, Crash Nitro Kart. Yes, they started making a PS5 emulator because they're pissed at, they're pissed about Sony, being extremely anti-preservation from taking away digital copies of games. I see. Okay. Okay. This isn't bad. I almost hit that wall. Okay. Fuck! That was my own fault. That was my own fault, unfortunately. 232. And the bat was okay. I've seen faster. I could potentially try to squeeze out another second by labbing a different bat. I just don't want to at the moment. Because if I'm not mistaken... I can very, very easily, sum... Yeah, what Colty is saying is pretty true. I can basically, like... I can pretty much, like, explain this in pretty good terms. Think of emulators like an interpreter. So you have, an English speaker and a Spanish speaker, and you have an interpreter. The interpreter must hear the instructions or the person talking and then relaying. Yo, Ali, thanks for the good luck. You have to relay the information to the other speaker. It will always be slower than just directly speaking to the person. It will always be slower. It will never be anywhere near as fast. It's impossible. That's not how any of this works. An emulator is literally just an interpreter that takes one CPU and then converts it to the instructions of another CPU to make it basically just work. It will always have lag. It will always have latency, rather. But you're on better hardware. So it will always run faster or better than console when it's accurate enough. Console accuracy is difficult to obtain just because of that. Because you have to basically emulate the power of the system, which is not exactly possible without reverse engineering the system itself. Now, a PC port using a recompilation or using a recompilation tool, the reason why it's different is, imagine instead of using an interpreter, you learn the language yourself. Like, say, when I speak to Spanish speakers, I learn the language myself. And because I learn the language myself, I can directly communicate with them. So essentially, it is essentially taking the information that I have, and I'm relaying it using my own brain, because information is different from like, communication. Is FPGA boards, that's the magic you don't understand. FPGA is essentially, I would call that like stem cells. So instead of like taking something that exists, you're basically taking hardware and mimicking the other hardware. You're basically programming hardware to become other hardware. Yeah. The thing is that it doesn't Unless, like, it has the ability to be perfectly accurate. And yes, N64 emulation does still have issues. Because the N64 is not fully understood. You need to program it like that first. Yep, and they don't do that. So FPGAs can be completely console accurate. The problem is that they cost more than just getting a fucking console. You can't tell me that getting an FPGA that mimics, like, PS1 and N64 is gonna be less cost-effective than just buying a PS2. It's bad for casual use, yes. But it's better to just have PC ports. Because then you can make them as accurate as you want. And still add new stuff. So in a way, it can be cheaper, yeah. But for speedrunning, we don't know how accurate those things can be. Because, I mean, it doesn't entirely matter as long as it functions the same, but the thing is you can never be too sure. Bitch! Why did you drop that input? Come on. Where's my phone? I'm gonna double check the, I'm gonna check the settings on this fucking controller. Okay. Never. Your instruction possible that isn't documented anywhere. I changed my... You want to change your Xbox HDD, but you don't know how... I don't know what you mean, but the thing is like... There's stuff online. Yeah. Okay, I saved it. If FPGA could, like, accurately do... Damn it! If FPGA could accurately do OG Xbox, that would be awesome. But I would rather have a PC port of Twinsanity. Like, I know exactly where speedrunning is heading. I will tell you this right now. They are going to move from standard consoles to FPGA. Essentially making accessibility worse for speedrunning. I think we should move in the PC port direction. More accessibility. Whatever. I mean, yes, there's going to be more potential for cheating, but who cares? Because the thing is the majority of cheaters are going to get caught. And the ones that don't get caught probably were not worth getting caught in the first place. Sí, pues con SSD. I think it would be pretty cool. But I also think that it would be better for PC ports, because if we're gonna move in the direction of FPGA once consoles become impossible to access. Which PC ports should be the more accessible alternative. Now, honestly, I really don't see the problem with cheating, because cheating's nowhere near as easy as people think. It's very difficult to properly cheat. And reminder, we used to use screenshots as evidence. Yeah, the majority of people will get caught immediately. The ones who have, like, knowledge on being able to change values and shit, they will get caught too. Like, you could require something that makes it slightly more difficult. You could. But the majority of people aren't going to cheat. And because I'll tell you why. What is a cheater's goal? You know what a cheater's goal is? And this is going to blow everybody's minds. And this is the reason why I hate talking about cheaters. This is the reason why I hate, like, I hate that Drashed is getting fucking exemplified. And all this other stuff. Cheaters want attention. You don't get attention from cheating a 5th place run. You get eyebrows. At best. You don't become somebody immortalized. Here's the problem. Cheating immortalizes you. That's what they want. So what is a cheater gonna do? They're going to try to go for something that will put their name out there. Because that, like, high of getting, like, famous is way better than working hard to actually getting like, a good time. It gives them a rush. And then once everybody knows their name, they're happy because their goal has been achieved. That's the thing. And then just when people start to forget who that person is, they come back. It happens all the time. This is cheating behavior. It's always been cheating behavior. This has been a thing in speedrunning for a very long time. So here's the thing. If you don't talk about it, the cheater doesn't win. But that's the thing, is the cheater's always going to do something that would get eyes on them. So they're always going to go for top 3 times. And if they don't, there's no reason. They get to laugh about the, a cheated 20th place run. Ha ha ha, who cares? The run gets rejected. Nobody talks about you. You didn't get the attention. So, it wasn't worth cheating. You just leave. That's basically what happens. This happened in many instances. The reason why, in Worster's case, Worster's a big speedrunner, the reason why he did it was in defiance, or being a little cunt. Which, I mean, massive respect to Worster. He absolutely, like, he did admit to certain things. But, I mean, that's the thing that you have to realize, is that the reasons, not the reasons, like, how, it's why. And generally the why is attention. And, like, that's the thing. I don't know what the fuck was going on in Drashed's case. I think that he was trying to immortalize himself in Spyro 2 because he was becoming irrelevant. I think that's what the hell was going on. That's the only thing that makes sense, because why the fuck would you lose all of your history over something really stupid? The reason why a lot of top runners don't understand this is because I talked about this before, is the thing, we have so much history, it would be terrifying to cheat a run. Because you lose those thousands of hours. You lose all that effort. Unless you were cheating in the first place, it makes no damn sense. So, basically, go back to my point about how cheating is and why, like, I don't think that we should care about cheaters. Is like, most of them are gonna either get caught instantaneously, nobody's gonna talk about them or care about them, or, they're not gonna put in the effort, because why the fuck would they do that? All you have to do is just provide levels of proof. Because cheaters love deleting evidence and they love deleting proof. How is this 12th? This is really fast. No! Why does that happen? I swear the double jump has variable jumping. I swear it has variable jumping. Because that was the perfect throw, but then, like, for some reason I didn't get the double jump. I got the low double jump. And I don't know if I was pressing it too late or too early. I mean, I'm kind of glad because I was talking about cheating. But that stupid fucking double jump. I'm telling you though, once I get past the second half of Antagony, it's go time, man. It's go time. Once I get past the second half. I'm playing really well right now. And honestly, like, I might have to put a playlist of my grind sessions, because I know when I get this sub 920, somebody's gonna be asking questions, which I'm okay with. Ask as many questions as you want. That's okay. The 315 is what I've been working with for a while. Punto. That was almost bad. Okay. Okay, pace. Almost flubbed that. Almost flubbed that. Come on, give me another 315. No sé. We are the YouTube people. Normal people? Yeah, YouTube people are definitely not normal. I can tell you that much. Without being mean, the 2 times I stopped streaming on YouTube were because of some YouTube people that really pissed me the fuck off. Somebody actually managed to insult me, and that made me turn it off for like an entire year. Why is Cortex appearing late a bad thing? Slow. But that was not Cortex appearing late. He was in a spot where his teleport would he would hit a loading zone while teleporting to me, basically putting him out of bounds and dying. That's like a 40-second time loss, something like that. Dude, come on. If there is a loading zone between Cortex teleporting, because how it works is the teleport traces Crash and it goes directly to him. It's following the coordinates of Crash. So if he hits a loading zone, the coordinate calculation stays the same. But at least I think that's how it works. Either that, or like it's still moving Cortex in that position, but basically offsetting his position based on the other chunk, and he can teleport into something that doesn't exist and it kills him. The early teleport, okay, so there's like 2 different things that can happen that are good. One of those things is you stop hearing Cortex. What happens there is Cortex goes over the corridor. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the two things that happen are that Cortex actually goes over the corridor or under it, and then he reaches the new chunk. He reaches a different chunk. Then you don't hear Cortex at all. You don't hear when he teleports or anything. The other thing is that he just lands. He lands where He just lands underneath Crash, and then he just teleports. Yo, thanks for the stonks, Ali. The thing is that that stuff happens off screen, so it's hard to know what the hell's going on. So if he teleports late, he's behind the chunk link. And when he teleports to Crash, he disappears because he's not in the chunk anymore. Asking questions is powerful. No! Jeez! Okay, I am gonna be, I think, -2. I had to take that wide. Yep. Fastest is a 3:15. The stupid camera fucked me. Okay. Spoon-fed as hell, dude. I'm screwed. Fuck you! That's really dumb. Okay, so what happened there was when I spun into Cortex, he offset my angle. And I tried to correct it, but I couldn't. Sometimes when you spin into Cortex, your facing angle changes. And I was trying to correct it, but it didn't work. I threw him to the left, and if you throw him to the left, he... basically, like, there's, like, only a small range of angles that work. No, you might be asking, why didn't you stop and take the time to adjust it? The thing is any time that I take to adjust the angle is time that I lose towards potentially getting the sub 920. And the thing is I'm a lot more worried about having potential time losses in Antagony than I am the rest of the run, because like the rest of the run I always have levels of mistakes. It is much smarter and better to maximize the potential time losses. Like, I mean, let's say, for instance, I make it to Antagony in a 3:13, and then I just have, you know, the ideal Antagony. I save the 3 seconds that I lost in, whatever, I get a 6:02, and then, like, my run is a 9:15. Which would be pretty on brand for me. That would be within 10 seconds of perfection, almost. Not exactly 10 seconds of perfection. I did find new time save in the Nina phase. I have not documented that yet, by the way. I'm gonna document it after I get the sub 920. It will be pause buffered, though. What do I use to learn Spanish and other languages? Talking to people. Yo, Dio. I don't use, like, I take classes and I expose myself to the languages. That's it. I don't, like, do anything special. I abhor apps. I don't think they work. I expose myself, yeah. Oh no, they found out I'm cheating. Whoa. You're not allowed to lab everything. No wonder you can't be that good at performing tricks. Time for retro to make the expose on G Pro. It's like, how could this speedrunner with so much history actually decide to cheat? Find out more in my video. Imagine. Yeah, that's not fucking happening. Because, I mean, the thing is if I were cheating, somebody would have caught me by now. You can't exactly fake, like, hundreds of hours of streaming. I mean, you certainly could, like, I don't know how I teleported. Crash wasn't even on the nut. Interesting. I guess you could, like, play a VLC file or something, but then you'd be able to tell. You'd be able to tell, that's the thing. Nutless, imagine. Also, I would say that one thing that would actually make it very hard to go to GDQ, possibly, but probably not. One of the things that would make it really like genuine, I guess you could say, is that I read chat while I'm playing, even when I'm stressed or nervous. It would be really hard to fake that. I have my stuff laid out very specifically to do that. That's such a bad marketing plan. No, GDQ is just run by clowns. Sorry. But it kind of is. It always has been. And the reason why is because it's not really run by business people. It's just... And it's also not run by, like, proper speedrunners. Never really has been. There's no proper events that are, like, ran properly, at least in the English-speaking world. My miss is pretty nice. I was happy to be there. It felt nice. It's really chill. It's really small. Well, it was Mames Guadalajara, so, like, makes sense. Damn it. Fucked up my inputs again. There we go. Got him. I've been to GDQ, I know. And also, I'm saying this not to be offensive. You need at least one business-minded person, even if it's a creative thing. Yes. You need two things. You need a business-minded person, and then... But it just got progressively worse, yeah. I've blamed myself for, a lot of the changes in early GDQ. Because, like, me and Worcester were the two people that had, like, the earliest controversies. Like, real controversies, even though Worcester's was, like, really dumb. He just had hotel keys. And then after me, they went extremely ban happy. So I've always blamed myself for that. Even though it probably wasn't my fault, but immediately after my whole shtick, they started being extremely ban happy. And, like, I've always connected that to, like, basically me being a stupid, like, man-child at the time. And it probably wasn't me, but that I've always personally blamed myself for it. Why do I think it was my fault? Because I was, like, the first person to like, cause a massive controversy. Because of my Crash 2 run. I'm in basically every cringe compilation, which I really don't like because that's not reflective of who I am. But it always happens. I always get harassed. Well, the last time I had harassment was 2 years ago, but still. I've always blamed myself because the thing is like, I was the first, like, big GDQ ban. And I wasn't really banned, but I was yelled at in public, and then they immediately after they started, like, a guy, like, bought one of their LLC possibilities, and they banned him, even though he was just gonna give it to them for free. There was the private cinnamon bun, like, double ban that happened immediately after. Like, OMGG. Like, the thing is they banned private cinnamon bun after threatening them on Twitter. Then, banned Private Cinnamon Bun for wearing a MAGA hat, even though Cinnamon Bun had the Ape Escape bucket helmet, which then got unbanned, and then got banned again because their PC caused a short circuit in one of the power strips, or the surge protectors, and they banned Private Cinnamon Bun for tampering. Like, though. And right before me was the Worcester gathering a bunch of hotel keys, and that was like a big controversy. Like those three things happened in consecutive GDQs, if I'm not mistaken. I think Worcester's was AGDQ 2014 or 2015. Mine was SGDQ 2015, and then Private Cinnamon Bun stuff was SGDQ 2016. Is the nut bounce in that platform RNG? It might as well be. Thanks for the good luck, by the way, Arkman. I have always blamed myself for the fact that they started becoming, like, super ban happy. They're no longer like that. I've heard things that they don't really even care anymore. I'm still banned from that particular hotel, but, I mean, it's whatever. I'm never gonna go there again. But still, it's like... Are they getting better? They did get better about banning, yes. I wouldn't say that the way that they're handling things is, but... They're no longer being super ban happy, and they're no longer threatening people. On Twitter, like, oh, we know what you're about. I still kind of wish that they would give me a formal apology for how they handled everything, but you know, it doesn't really matter. I can forgive, but I do not forget. It's still, like, really, really dumb. Because, like, for a couple of years, they were banning people for, like, no reason. They were threatening people. They were threatening to ban people if they acted out of line. There were people that did worse and didn't get banned, like the guy who told people to stand in front of the shuttle at the hour because they were going, wah. You are random, that's fine. Listen, this happened almost 12 years ago at this. It happened 11 years ago. It caused a lot of bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, the fact that I'm just perfectly fine talking about it is probably a good indicator. Well, I love speedrunning too. I've been doing it doing it for 15 years. That guy was pretty funny. Yeah, you can say he was funny, but still. I'm not gonna disagree with that. It was funny. But still, he told people to kill themselves. In a marathon. And he got less punishment than I did for what I did. Because I got completely deplatformed. Like I got banned from Twitch. I got IP banned from Twitch. They said it was to protect me from the masses, but I got publicly humiliated because I got yelled at in front of people. They stole my audio-video cables for my PS2. Almost stole my console because I wasn't allowed to go to that floor, because if I did, they would call security on me. And then I'd go to jail. And I let somebody borrow my PS2 because it was a European PS2. And he didn't bring his, and I'm like, yeah, you can borrow it, I don't mind. What did I do again? I made a lot of domestic violence and suicide jokes because of the category I was running was Crash 2 Game Over abuse. Where the idea was to death abuse a lot, because that's how that run works. So I was making like some of those jokes as a dumb 20-year-old. By the way, it was acceptable to make those jokes, by the way, but not in a venue like that. And then at the end, I crashed the game by accident because I thought it was a soft lock, not a hard lock, and I didn't have a save, so I basically couldn't finish my run, and I basically told people that I would turn into a psychopath and kill people. Not knowing that there was a mass murder like less than a week before that. And I mean, to be honest, I was a fucking moron. What they ended up doing was they said like they called security on me. They tried to call my parents. They're going to or they were trying to get me to go out. They were saying I was a dangerous human being. I almost lost my Twitch account. I almost lost my ability to stream. I lost the faith of basically every single speedrunner that I had friends with. I know several people were very angry at me. Twitter basically came in and pretty much canceled me. People tried to interview me and I didn't want to be interviewed. I was basically completely alone, and the only... What did I say? Something racist? I just said it. At that time? Exactly, yes. I mean, and what GDQ did was they banned me to protect me, supposedly, they yelled at me publicly, and I basically had to live with like 10 years of trauma. And the thing is I spent from 2015 to 2020 trying endlessly to apologize to everybody around me. I apologize to people privately, publicly. I tried so hard to bring myself back because I worked really hard to get to the where I was. I wanted to be a respected member of speedrunning because I love the hobby and I worked very hard. It's the only hobby, the only community that ever accepted me. And the thing is that the craziest part was that after that, the community that I belonged to, which was the Sonic speedrunning community, I was not a Crash. I was in the Crash community, but I wasn't really a Crash speedrunner. I was a Sonic speedrunner. The Sonic community treated me like garbage and wanted me to leave. They wanted me to not be in a position of power because I was in a lot of positions of power at the time. They manipulated me out of power. Then the Crash community defended me. The one community that I caused harm to because I was the one that made those jokes. And the Crash people defended me when J-Hobbs came in and started talking shit about the Crash community. And said, like, this is rich coming from the guys that harbor the guy that said he was gonna kill everybody. And Evil and Dust and Pete came to my defense. But yet the Sonic community wanted nothing to do with me and wanted me out of power. Yes, they do that a lot, I know. And I'm not talking about Sonic. I'm talking about Sonic speedrunning, by the way. I'm not talking about fans. That's some major loser shit. Yeah. So, the thing is like, I was manipulated out of power. Okay, by power? Okay. Let me explain something. So, when I joined the greater Sonic speedrunning community, I was already, like, completely unstoppable in Sonic Adventure. I was mostly unstoppable in Sonic Heroes. I had many contributions to the meta of Sonic Adventure, Sonic Heroes, and then minor ones to Sonic Adventure 2. I came in, and basically I was the one that helped, along with Mustache, to create all of the boards for speedrun.com. I was running the leaderboards. I was the main moderator for all of that. I was the main guy basically in charge of the Discord community and the Skype community. I was a moderator in Sonic Adventure. People don't like my personality? I guess they didn't. I don't know. But this all happened in like 2014. 2015 happened. I was kind of moving a little bit more away from Sonic. I was learning Crash Twinsanity. I had learned Crash 2. I learned Rayman 3. And I got accepted at GDQ. Now, mind you, I was the only super mod for Sonic Adventure at the time in 2016. And they manipulated me out of power by abusing my personality. Because when I see that something's not right, I talk about it. I don't keep quiet. I will directly tell somebody, hey, look, this isn't right. Something happened where somebody posted a run with a code that we didn't allow because we rejected a run a year prior to that, but they were telling me, don't talk about this, and I'm like, why? But they said, just don't talk about that run. So I did that. I went to the guy exposed me. He started getting into an insulting match and streamed the Skype conversation, which basically led me to grandfathering old times in. Then a couple months later, one of the inactive mods came back and said, all this grandfathering? No. And they blamed me for it. And basically made me feel like I dishonored the community. I hurt the community. So I gave up my moderation status. And then a year later, similar things happened. Like I was doing stuff, nobody was telling me things. So I was basically making myself look bad by saying like, hey, you shouldn't do this, when SA2 was changing their timing methods. And somebody told me, hey, somebody's fucking up they're fucking up the leaderboards for it. And then I took away their power, and I'm like, I want an explanation. They said, you're abusing power. And essentially, 2017, where it basically went into a match where I even remember a guy called CJB Kulix, who was a guy I respected. I worked on at least one glitch with him, and he was a pretty damn good Sonic Adventure runner, and I said, like, you guys just don't want me here. And he's like, yes, we don't. So I gave up my moderator status, gave it to Worcester, and left. That was 2017. Then in 2018, that was when I was starting to pick things back up, and I'm like, you know what? I want to try to redeem myself. So the apology was trying to redeem myself because I felt like I ruined the reputation, including my own reputation, and harmed other people. So I was basically going on this journey of trying to apologize and trying to, like, redeem myself. Get back into places because I wanted to do things to help other people. But also being way too scared of saying things out loud. I wanted to do everything right because I thought if I did anything, I talked about anything wrong, it would basically make me worse. And that's what always would happen in the Sonic community. But in the Crash community, none of that ever happened. Like, it was very odd to me that the one community I did so much for always treated me like garbage. Especially after the GDQ thing. Like, dude, most of those people knew that the only place I was ever accepted in was that community, or speedrunning in general. I was always treated like garbage by basically every single person I met. IRL. Except for a couple, but still. But most of those people, unfortunately, I didn't keep in contact with. So it was basically a clusterfuck of, look, the only place where you were ever successful in has basically rejected you because you did something stupid, causing you to have massive trauma, massive issues, and then basically destroyed all of your self-confidence. Then a year later, the only sub-community that you ever had proper respect in and worked really hard for, of thousands of hours of doing everything, trying to do everything right, spreading knowledge, rejected you. So then you go back to the one community that you actually harmed, and they accept you. Then, over years, you try to come back, and then eventually say, you know what, I don't need to redeem myself, I'm already redeemed, and you leave. Then finding out a couple of years later that your theories that it was manipulated and deliberate were true. Because I talked to several people, and they said, yes, we actually were trying to get you out of power. I don't know why, but we didn't want you in a position of power. And, like, I mean, the problem with trauma is that what they tell you is that, no, no, it was all in your head. But how do you deal with the trauma where it wasn't all in your head and you were right? So, essentially, like, it kind of led me through, like, 5 years of attempting to redeem myself. And still, a lot of that kind of, like, leads to where I am right now. Because I'm still kind of scared of talking about a lot of this stuff. Because I know that somebody's gonna listen and be like, okay, but it was all your fault. And then it would just basically send me back into that spiral. Unfortunately. So essentially, like, that was just an absolute awful experience. One of the things I wanted to do was get back on GDQ just to tell myself, hey, look, you're not gonna do this anymore. And unfortunately, that never happened. But when I went to the Mexican Marathon earlier this year, it did the same effect. Where, like, hey, look, you were in front of an audience, you were doing all this stuff, you did not fuck up. So you can heal. Unfortunately, something happened, which, by the way, the reason why when I said my mental health wasn't doing very well, it was a very similar experience where I felt like I wasn't being treated correctly, and reminded me of all the trauma that I literally just talked about over, like, the course of 5 years, plus all the tacked on stuff of IRL. And I had to face it all at once. So when I was saying I wasn't doing well mentally, like, a month ago, that's what was happening. Now, mind you, I am gonna say, like, I do not have suicidal thoughts. I don't have any suicidal tendencies. But that doesn't mean that I am immune to problems. I have been through a lot of bullshit. I have been hurt by a lot of people. Um, it's the reason why up until 2020, 2021, I didn't stream. Because I was scared that I would get, you know, flooded by people. And it did happen. I kept getting death threats. Even as much as 2020, as early as 2020, or as late as 2023, I was getting death threats. And, like, saying, I remember what you did. As early or as late as 2023, 2024. The last time that I ever got anything about that was 2024, actually. And I'm sure that me talking about it again eventually will end up with some people trying to do that again. And the thing is, I mean, I'm mostly over it. But at the same time, it's like, there's a lot of bullshit that has happened throughout my streaming and speedrunning career. And the fact that I'm still even here, like, here's the big thing, right? When I started running Crash Twinsanity, like, actually running it, actually taking it seriously in 2022, and I became the dominant runner. The thing is it was the first game that I started from the bottom and worked my way up. And the thing is it's also the first game where I actually became a pretty popular runner. Because I never had people supporting me. I always had people hating me. Because of, like, all the other stuff that I was talking about 5 minutes ago. So, and then Kylie came out with the Any Percent video, which put me in a very good light. It was probably the first video that has ever actually been positive about me. And I'm not gonna lie, that made me cry. Because I'd never seen that before. Actually recently, the Sonic Adventure 2 TASers released the Dark Story TAS that had been in the works for almost a decade. Or a decade at that point. And I was even in the credits. They even listed me in the credits saying, like, special thanks to... there was my name, G-Pro. That was the first time I ever got proper acknowledgement in the Sonic community. And that made me cry. Because I'm thinking, like, I've had all this bullshit. I've always been hated in the Sonic community. And I got some recognition for the first time ever. That made me cry. It's the same actually the same thing with Halo Combat Evolved Segmented. Or Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Segmented that came out, I think, like 6 years ago. Or no, it wasn't 6 years ago, but it happened, like, semi-recently. I was in the credits because I labbed the game. And they said special thanks to G-Pro. And I'm like, you guys didn't have to do that. And they're like, but even though you didn't contribute directly, you contributed indirectly with all of your labbing. And the fact that you went over some of the strats and you helped us out. And then Twinsanity is basically like, hey, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm going for something that's basically, like, almost impossible. That was considered impossible. Sub 920. People are telling me, like, dude, you're gonna get this. I've never had that before. I've never had people properly rooting for me before. Because back in the Sonic community, if anybody rooted for me, they would be just as ostracized as I was. So it basically, like, being in the Crash community has done a lot for my mental health. And I'm not saying this as like, hey, look, you know, you're getting a big head. It's like actually getting recognition for doing things that I spent so much time on is great. Because I never got that before. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The thing is my time with Crash Twinsanity is almost done. I have 2 more goals that I want to get. I want to get the sub 920, sub 102, and then it's gonna be time to say goodbye. Thanks, Colty. it unfortunately, I'm not gonna lie, I know people love watching me play Twinsanity. It's the first time people have really loved watching me play a video game. And that makes me very happy. But unfortunately, the thing is, I've been doing this for 4 years. I'm going for something way too intensive than like I should be going for. And I don't want to turn into another Shift. Because Shift was fucking miserable. And I don't want to turn into somebody that's going to end up resenting the game that I love to speedrun. This is my favorite speed game. So, when I say, like, unfortunately, there's going to be a time where I'm just not going to speedrun this game, and it's very soon. I'm not saying this as I want to quit the game because I hate it. I'm saying it because I want to give a good send-off as a thank you for all this game has done for me. Because I got recognized by the fucking developers, dude. Like, I mean, the thing is, I got recognized and got recognition from the fucking developers of the game. And I got to talk to them. Like, I mean, no, I don't necessarily think, like, they're amazing people or whatever, but that still means something. That I did something enough to where it reached the developers themselves. When I was talking to J-Mac, I didn't really think he was anybody special. He just seemed like a random dude who just coded a game. He was pretty cool. But, hey, you know, I just thought that was, like, awesome. That was something that was, like, mind-blowing. How the hell did I even pull that off? So I want to do something really nice. I want to get the ultimate run, which is the sub 920. Balls itch. Let's go, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I know I can get this sub 920. I've seen it. I've seen the patterns. Today is probably the day, and if it's not the day, it's tomorrow. Yeah, and all you need to know is people appreciate you. I've definitely improved. I worked very hard for that. So, the thing is, that a sub 920 is basically the climax. That is absolutely the climax. And then, after that, it's basically the falling action. Get that sub 102. The final nut. Yep, the final nut. Because I don't think I'm coming back after that. I could do this. I know I can. I appreciate that, Flowers. Oh, I mean, trust me, I have a support group. I'm surprisingly well built mentally. Speedrunning is my creative outlet. It's an offer, yeah, I appreciate it. The thing is, Minecraft speedruns, ew. Kind to me, awesome. I try to be as kind as I can. Well, I would say I try to be, but the thing is I was raised this way. I was unfortunately raised to be overly kind. And I had, unfortunately, to learn how to be bitter and mean towards people. And then I also had to learn how to unlearn that. Yep. No, come on. Good balance, yep. Also, I didn't want to kind of like do like a massive sad or sob story, right? Or make people feel bad about me or think that I necessarily need support. It's just I like being transparent with a lot of things. Okay. Let me see here. Smile because it ended. Second best warp skip. Smile because it happened. Yeah.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
Okay.
This is where we wrong the rights. Passed under the rug.
If I get if I get a low 920, we'll call it a day, and then we'll do more runs tomorrow. The end of an era. But endings are just new beginnings. Will I get that? Will I break the sub curse? Nope. Did the game crash? It did not crash. Ugh. But yeah, like I said, I'm a fairly well-built individual. I wouldn't say I'm functional in society, but I'm well-built. I've had to become very patient, and this is why I tend to be patient and the way that I am, because I had to be. Get it? Crash? Yeah. Crash my game. Steve Jobs. Even the nut was laughing. Look at that. You made the nut laugh. Ninja has Ligma. Steve Jobs crashed my Ligma with his nut. Whoa. I did say yesterday because last night I went into kind of like a real talk with some friends, and the thing is that like the best thing to do is live out of spite. Yo, thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. And I was just like saying like the thing is I have been told. Like, it's two things. I was told that I was gonna do great things, but then a lot of people told me I was gonna amount to nothing. And I have basically done most of the things I've been doing out of spite. As in, like, saying, hey... As in, hey, you know, you should not... You're not going to be able to learn Japanese. You're not going to be able to live in Japan. You're not going to be able to do this and that. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. I'll do it. Because you know what? I can do it. I know I can do it. I have figured out that I am capable of doing it, so I'm going to do it. It's the same thing with the sub 920. Is like people have been saying, hey, look, listen, you barely sub 930. You should stop at sub 930, and it's like, no. No, I can do better. I can absolutely do better. I can do a sub 920. I have a decent amount of leeway to do it too. I think I can get at least a 603 antagony. So if I get anything that's reminiscent of anything, if I get a 315, I have like 2 seconds of leeway. If I get really, really, really lucky, I could get a 602. Refining your Spanish. Do I recommend traveling apps or teacher? I would either do classroom or just be in a classroom or speak with natives. Speaking with natives is always going to be the best option. Apps don't work. Unless you are already, like, really good at learning languages, apps are not going to help you at all. Best way is by speaking with native speakers and gaining a vocabulary. And then the rest you basically learn as you become more fluent. Because language is mostly about mimicry. Like it or not, you basically just monkey see, monkey do a language until it just becomes intuitive. Apps are a scam. In a way. What apps do, native TV shows, if you don't know native speakers, yeah. You were trying to learn Japanese. Yeah, and like, they'll tell you, like, doing AJAT and things is like, no. You need a decent starting point to learn a language before talking to native speakers, though? Not really. You need to be at the point where you can use the words to communicate ideas. That's where you need to be. You don't need to be at a decent starting point. That would be a starting point. Yeah, you can... It doesn't take super long to actually, like, get to that point. A couple months. It just is. Know that tools. Know what tools to use to reach that point. Vocabulary lists. At first, vocabulary lists and reading. Apps do not build a vocabulary. They don't build grammar. You build grammar through repetition and exposure. You learn vocabulary through basically repetition. Also, sub 920 is absolutely dead here. Probably. No, it's dead. It's absolutely dead. But I will do my best, still. I hate having to improvise that. Okay, yeah. In that sense, yes, apps can help you learn different character sets. Yes, you can. Okay, the sub 920 is currently impossible. So I'm not gonna go giga hard on them. I'm not gonna go giga hard on this antagonist. I'm just gonna do my best. I've already lost a second, or like a second and a half, so I don't need to care too much. That's 2 seconds. Crash drifted a little bit because of collision. This is looking like a 925. There we go. No! Cortex decided to die! With Japanese, because it gives you, are you sure that actually works? I have not seen any evidence to support that apps help with speaking with native speakers. Unless you already have experience with learning other languages. Here's the thing. Is that, and this is no offense to you, about 99% of the people that talk about, hey, look, these apps do well, they give you grammar, they give you repetition exercises, they give you this, and they give you that, and they give you this, and they give you that, cannot communicate with native speakers. And now you might be wondering, what's different with me? でもそれは、俺はだね、日本語が話せるから、その勉強方法は多分、不相方法だね。それはね、コミュニケーションは、コミュニケーションは大事。基本だ。コミュニケーションは基本。基本的にコミュニケーションを勉強すべきだ。それはね、その、アプリケーション、そのアップは多分、コミュニケーションは大事じゃない。でも、コミュニケーションは便利。コミュニケーションは基本。コミュニケーションは大事。それは大変にコミュニケーションを勉強すべき。それはね、俺は日本人に話せる。いや、会話できる。 日本人、本物の日本人に会話できる。それはね、基本、人がそれぞれけど、それは、90%に勉強、インターネットで勉強方法はダメ。If you did not understand what I was saying, because I was basically like using my semi-broken Japanese grammar, it's basically like I'm basically saying I can actually speak Japanese with Japanese people. That doesn't mean I understand things, but I'm at the point where I can communicate. And the thing is like study methods, and that's bare bones. What I was saying was pretty bare bones. Study methods do not allow you to be able to do that. Mind you, my Japanese is still kind of rusty. I haven't practiced it. But at the same time, it's like, well, here's the thing. I have lived in Japan. I have spoken with Japanese people. I've been in Japanese chats. I have actually been able to successfully communicate with Japanese people. But 99% of the people, between 90 and 99% of the people that talk about all these study methods, all this like AJAT stuff, never encounter native speakers, and native speakers refuse to speak to them and papu joder. Gracias por la suerte. But it's like 90 to 99% of the people talk about all these study methods, but they don't work. Because none of them speak Japanese to actual Japanese people. But that's not me being elitist, by the way. It's just that why would they talk about all these study methods that supposedly work? Which I never did any of it. I watched Why Crash Twinsanity? Why not? It's like, why is it that they say you should use this method? I never used any of it. I watched anime, I studied kanji on my own, and I took classes on top of learning Spanish. I was still learning Spanish. And why is it that I was the second best speaker in my program when Japanese was my side language, not my main language that I was learning? The thing is I didn't do any of that. I just watched anime. I just watched streams. I talked to people. I learned vocabulary, and I studied kanji to memorize it. It's like, I'm N3 level. I did none of that. And it's like, I look at that, and I understand where some of it comes from, but it goes so far up the autismo spectrum, pardon my French, but autismo spectrum, where, like, you're doing it all the time and forgetting your brain is a muscle and needs breaks. And you can learn things incorrectly. The better thing to do is, instead of trying to force everything, you just do it naturally. You do it slowly. You can't learn things fast. Everybody learns at their own pace. And what these apps do is they tell you, yes, you can learn this in 6 months. Yes, you could do this. You can learn your kanji in 6 months. No, you fucking can't. The people that can are extremely smart people. Extremely, like, they are freaks. The majority of people are not freaks. The majority of people take time. They have to take. If you don't have anyone to talk to. Yes, exactly. No, I'm not saying this about you. It's definitely not anything about me trying to, like, make you sound like what you're saying doesn't make sense. I am more angry about the fact that there's so many people that go through all of these different hoops and say, this is the best method. This is everything else. Like, it's all bullshit. It's all elitist bullshit. And I say this as somebody who has done studying of language acquisition. I've studied linguistics. I speak 3 languages. I'm learning Italian and Russian as well. So I know French to some degree. I don't speak it, but I know it. I know some Portuguese. Is like, so that you have the choice not to talk to people based. And it's like, it's all of those things combined that I just look at that. And it particularly frustrates me about Japanese. Because a lot of those people learn Japanese because they either have yellow fever, so they like fetishize Asians, which is dumb. You can have your preferences, but don't fetishize people. That's wrong. Or they love hentai and want to be able to read more. Or they love anime culture, which is okay, but then you get the wrong idea of what Japan is like and how Japanese people are. Or like they always have these wrong ideas, and it's really, really sad because there's so much elitism, particularly in the learning of Japanese. It's like, I want to learn Japanese because it's the hardest language to learn. No, it's not. It's the language that takes the most time because learning how to read it takes a very long time. Toby Fox moment, yeah. There's less, but still a decent amount of it in other languages. To understand some things. To try to immerse yourself in Japanese spaces to make friends. Why would you learn Japanese to watch hentai? Some people do. Some people do it because they fetishize the art. I'm not kidding. Some people legitimately do that. I've seen it before. Yeah. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen some crazy motherfuckers. Especially Fujoshi. Fujoshi? They do that. Because they use different letters than most Western languages. That's cool. That's very cool. That's a good reason. Being fascinated by something other than just like fetishizing the people is a good thing. That is a cool and a very valid reason. Unfortunately, a lot of people fall into the trap. And the trap is, you got interested in learning Russian because you had a lot of Russian-speaking friends. Yeah, I got interested in Japanese because I was watching anime, and I realized I was learning the language. And I had been rejecting it because I thought, oh, anime's lame. And then I'm like, you know, this is actually kind of fascinating. Why not? And here I am. I have a couple of Japanese friends. I've lived in Japan. I'm at a level where, like, I'm at a weird impasse because I need to learn more kanji. And I need to use it more, but the problem is I'm focusing on Spanish right now, still. And also the fact that, like, my main method for learning Spanish, which is gonna sound really funny, by the way, my main method for learning and, like, acquiring Spanish was by streaming. Where I had the biggest leaps was when I was waking up at, like, ridiculous hours and streaming at, like, 2 in the morning, retro achievements, totally in Spanish. And I would just do this for, like, several hours. Which is also a very similar thing I did with Japanese, where I would wake up at ridiculous hours and then watch, or, like, study kanji and then read visual novels, check up on kanji I didn't know, and then watch anime. And I had like an 8-hour routine, and I did that for like 2 months. I got up to 300 kanji, but then like my brain fucking died. I did that with Spanish because I needed to beef up my Spanish because I was gonna go to a Spanish-speaking marathon, and well, I did. And the fruits of my labor didn't really show until 2 days ago, when I saw my friend Gav was streaming Peak, and I hadn't played with her in a while. And you know what? I was like, hey, you know, that would be fun. She's like, join. And I'm like, okay, I'll join. I joined, and it was fun, and I understood enough to communicate. I was basically able to just kind of be there and actually communicate with people, to the point where, like, some of the people that I hadn't really talked to, yesterday in particular, I had to straight up tell them that I was not a Spanish speaker, because they did not realize I was a foreigner. And I was struggling to understand what they were saying. Well, the first thing I said was like, "Hey, you know, I'm not a Spanish speaker. I'm from the United States." And then the guy was like, he just kind of played it off as a joke. It's like, "Oh, hey, is it this?" And then it's like, "Hey, you know, communicate strats for Splatoon speedrunning." That's cool as shit. Hold up. That's actually cool as shit. That's, if you're, like, actually learning Japanese for that reason, that is, I commend you for that. That's cool. But yeah, yesterday was like, I had to say, like, listen, you know, I can barely understand you. I'm hoping that I kind of understand you, because, like, I am not a native Spanish speaker. I had to, like, basically say that outright, because my accent in Spanish is extremely good. Like, I sound like somebody who was, like, I have to tell them, like, I have a really good accent, but that doesn't mean anything. Yo, thanks for the good luck, Dali. So it was kind of funny, because, like, I can just straight up properly communicate with them, but pasty ass, boring one language white boy. Yeah, but you're Irish. Irish is not Irish is slightly different. Learning it because you couldn't keep up with your studies, work, speedrunning, and also, yeah, that's the problem with language learning. It takes time. It doesn't take dedication. It takes no fucking dedication whatsoever. It doesn't take this. You recently watched a video on Crash Twinsanity speedrunning? Probably Kylie's video about the history. Knowing bits and pieces of most European languages automatically. They don't even push Irish on you. Yeah. To be fair, Irish and Celtic languages in general are fucking brutal. Like Gaelic, Irish, those are like fucking just, they're brutal to learn. But I mean, like, the thing is, bear in mind, I am also a pasty white guy. I am mostly Nordic, and all the resources were in English. That's understandable. The thing is I'm mostly Nordic and Celtic. My last name and also my great grandparents on my mom's side were Welsh. My last name is Welsh, and that can be applied to speedrunning as well. Yeah. So like I'm very Welsh. I'm very Celtic, and my great grandfather was Danish. So I'm very, very, like, Nordic and Celtic. So you can say, yes, I am very white. I just happen to be really good at learning languages. It probably is because of the fact that the reason why I want to learn them is basically to satisfy my own loneliness that I had when I was younger. Looking for being accepted is kind of like a massive thing for me. So learning languages, it's like, well, the thing is once you can actually speak the language, the biggest thing about entering a circle is basically getting accepted. And when you get accepted, you just start mimicking what people do. It's normal. All that is normal. I remember when I was sitting with the with the Japanese exchange students last semester, and you know, we were talking like half in Japanese, half in English, and like there was another guy that was coming in. I can't remember what his name was, but basically I got the thing for it, and it was like I got a thing that it was a new thing on the menu. We were in the cafeteria, and I was like, I ate it, and I'm like, and then they're like, yeah, haha, you know, smell it, and I smelled it, and I'm like, ooh, it smells like something bad. Which I'm not going to say right now, unless my run dies. And then the other guy, we were basically convincing him, hey, you know, this stuff is really great, you should try it, and everything, and then he's like, okay, sure. And then he tries it, and then we're all giggling, and then it's like, he doesn't know because he's a virgin. Me, also a virgin, but I still fucking found it so fucking funny that we were messing with him. Yeah, what does that smell like? He's like, I don't know. It's like, it smells like, yeah. And then he's like, oh, you fucking assholes. And then we were just fucking laughing. That's the kind of skill of, like, knowing how to try to integrate yourself. I was playing along, which is very normal when you want to try to enter a friend group or whatever, but it's also very normal when you're trying to learn a language, is you try to learn their senses of humor, and maybe they're not exactly the same, but you kind of learn to go along with it as long as it's not harmful. Once it gets harmful, then I'm like, but that wasn't harmful, that was just normal teasing. That's very big for learning a language. If you can adapt like that, you're probably going to be quite good. And I learned that skill as a result of not wanting to be lonely anymore. So I kind of figured that out. And I've also learned how to do it through just like just learning languages and stuff. Like, a big reason why I'm saying, of like, when sometimes I just say, because I find it funny, porco dio, or like, porca madonna, or dio cane. The thing is like, this is one of the ways of being accepted. And when you're more accepted, you're more receptive to the language. Because it's like, you want to be a part of what they're about. And they want you to be a part of it as well. So kind of messing around, you know, being a little funny is like, brings out some people, and it's like, whoa, you're saying that? Yo, hang on. You know what that means, right? And it's like, yeah. Like, dude, you're awesome. Can I be your friend? I do this in Spanish. I do this in Japanese. I do this in Italian. But I'm not forcing it, I just do this naturally. I'm naturally just a fucking silly ass motherfucker. Learning a language is one of the most time-consuming things. Yes. Learning a language is extremely time-consuming. Waiting for my Portuguese arc? Someday. The funny thing is that I vibe very well with Brazilians. I always have. For whatever reason, it might just be because I'm silly. But, like, a lot of my close friends, including my closest friend, is Brazilian. He's, carioca. And, another one of my close friends that I've known him for 11 years. He's from Minas Gerais. Говорит по-английски. Говорить. Well, like, I've made, and especially, like, Twinsanity is very, very popular in Brazil, for some reason. Brazilians are pretty kind, generally. Pajalsta. Oh, Pajalsta, okay. PS2 is very big, yeah. The Portuguese arc will happen eventually. When I'm in Lakuki's stream, you know, the SMB1 guy, I do sometimes use Portuguese. And then he's like, you know, G-Pro, you got that like 90% right. You just missed like one word. Is usually what happens. Is like, I'll say something like that, and then he'll just be like, yo, like, you almost got it. Yeah, like, the Spanish speakers, like Mexicans particularly, when I say like, la tuya por si acaso, or I say piti piti thautica, or mercatengue, or Jali, wey. No manches, carnal. They're like, how the fuck do you know that? And I'm like, reasons? Or like, when I'm like fucking... Sometimes I'll say, me parto la polla, which is basically the Spain version of laughing my ass off. People are like, wait, what the fuck? I use slang in Japanese as well. Cabrón, es súper chistoso. No manches, güey, qué pedo, güey, no. Valieron madres, güey. Es una chinga, güey. Pistacho. Cabrón. You know, I mean, I know it says pussy. I don't know exactly what it means, but I recognize the word pussy in Russian. Cunt blower. Whoa. Languages use the same common 1,000 words? Absolutely not. That is not true. Now, in order to really get by, it depends. Because, like, do I know the word pussy in Portuguese? No. I would assume it's something like coño. Because in Spanish it's coño. Useta. Do not question as to why you know it. It does not matter. You wish vodka? Я не люблю vodka. I don't drink alcohol. La canción tiene nombres mil. No, pero conozco la canción Qué difícil es hablar el español. But yeah, like, no, the first 1,000 common words, knowing them is not gonna work. Disdainda. El miembro viril. ¡Ah! Sí, 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 sí. La conozco, joder. Это disdainda любит vodka. A un chileno. Ah, weón, no, weón. Conchi tu madre, weón. Conchi tu madre, weón. Ah, weón, no. Oh, que sos boludo. Pelotudo. Did I need a DVD program to clone the HDD? No. I don't think so. Nah, es que no sé ni una mierda los modismos de Chile. Why no Giganut? Because it hasn't been working for me. So I'm just going with this. Это я не понимаю русский язык. Понимаю по-английски, по-испански, и по-японски. Я говорить. I can't speak Russian, dude. Your name other than the English way? Stein? El acento bien, joder. Millionaire. Millionaire. Billionaire? I mean, that's how you would pronounce it in Spanish. Stein. If I were to say it in Japanese, it would be Sistine-san. Yeah, because the T is weird in Spanish. You pronounce the T with your teeth in Spanish. That's why it's weird. Lo raro es que, o sea, lo gracioso es que puedo, ¿cómo se dice? Copiar acentos en español, pero en inglés no. No sé por qué. No tiene ningún sentido, ni una mierda, pero por alguna razón puedo copiar acentos en español, pero en inglés no. Y no es mi lengua materna. Misionario, no. Okay. Sapo conche tu madre. Chupapico. Yo, non-liver. Please. Yes! Yes! ¿Para qué mentir? Okay.
Victor and Moritz's
That was a late split.
stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights
Okay.
and sweep the past under the rug.
I have 2 seconds of leeway here. That was a late split. I have about 2 seconds of leeway. Thanks for the good luck. Yo, thanks for the good luck. No! Damn it! Oh, man. How are we today? I have had three pacers. Two make it. Three 315s into Antagony. Two of them made it past the first door. Both of them died in the ant fight room. One died at the door, and I have made it to Antagony, I think, 6 times today. But that was one of them. That was the fourth fastest because that was a 316. I've had two other times where others. Я учусь русский язык в университете. Squeaky voice teen from The Simpsons? No, I don't. What do you mean that? I'm in danger! Like that? Eat my pantaloons! I can't really do voices right now. My voice is kind of shot. That works everywhere. I can't remember what he sounds like. What's my favorite fast food place? Wendy's. Stewie Griffin. How about you get a little bit of this Cool Whip? What? Cool Whip. Oh no, I think I've done a little bit of a duty in my pants. I don't think Stewie Griffin's that hard. Peter Griffin is way harder to replicate because Stewie is very like calm and collected. Is you a Southern Mexican accent? I can't really do Peter Griffin. Doesn't even have Wendy's. F, dude. Oh, Yucateco. That's where the asteroid hit that killed the dinosaurs. Yucatan. Meteor happens. I don't know, Peter Griffin's like, hey Lois, get a look at this guy. Skill issue from the dinos. I mean, kind of, yeah. I don't know how the fuck that worked, but okay. Can I do any YouTubers? Like Markiplier? Let's see. I mean... Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. Din Din, yo, enjoy the food. Top of the morning to you, laddies! Body slamming after any tighter? It is way tighter. You don't have much to do. Or you don't have much time. It saves time, but it is absolutely, like, if you can do it, you might as well do it. It's difficult though, because sometimes, like, you have to know exactly where the bat's thing is. No puedo. No conozco la voz. Actually, I've never tried Market. Well, I used to try Markiplier before. Yeah, the body slam before attracting the bat is it's free because it's before the bat. After it is like the problem is you don't have much time to be able to body slam, and if you're in the wrong spot, you die. And if you're too close to the bat will lunge at you, and it is almost impossible to fix without having to move the bat back into place. If you're capable of doing it, it's worth it for sure. I will tell you that. Like here, I'll actually like I'll show you what it looks like. I've actually never seen what it looks like, to be honest. I will not move the camera this time. I always move the camera. You're testing your toes at everything you think looks reasonable. It's reasonable, it's just very tight. That's not gonna work. Nope. Okay, it worked. Here, let's take a little bit of a break. It's been 5 hours. Okay. Okay, so there's like a couple of things. There's a couple of things that you need to know first. The trick does not work. Okay, so the trick does not work if you like get caught as you're jumping out. You need to do another jump because you'll get an insta fall. And like you could be just right beside this icicle. You need to make 100% sure that if you get caught in the ground, like say if Crash's foot gets stuck as you're moving, you have to jump again. Otherwise, you will insta-fall into the platform and then you'll lose the speed because of the slide. Then, basically like, okay, let me show this. See? That's what happens. Okay. Now this will be more of a successful attempt. Now, the reason I don't do it that way in particular is because I'm actually using visual cues so I don't hit the checkpoint. So it looks like this. But if you're too close to that, you will die. If you're too close to the edge, you will die. Just in general, you are going to die. Like, let me replicate that. Okay, that didn't work for some reason. I was supposed to die there. That's not a good indication. Like that. So, my visual cue for it is like here-ish. And usually I like turn around. Sometimes I'm like really like I'm really generous with it. So it's not that it's like really, really hard. It's just basically like when you're doing everything all at once, it's difficult to kind of like get all of the inputs together. Is this hard to do in a casual setting? Absolutely. Okay. I need to grab a mask. Okay. Fuck. Not what I wanted to do. I'm dead. Es necesario sobre el pedazo de hielo. Pues la razón es porque cuando estás en el agua hay una animación. Mira. Sí, es que Crash está ahogando en el agua, ¿verdad? Y es que hay una animación en el agua en sí mismo y por eso el juego tiene un almacenamiento, algo así, en que hay un storage de la posición en que Crash estaba en el agua. Y para que haga el truco, Crash necesita evitar el plano de agua, pero necesita tocar el plano que matarle. Así que cuando Crash evita el plano de agua, Crash teletransporta a la posición en que Crash ha tocado el plano de agua. Por ejemplo, ok. Mira. Ok. Espera un momento. Es difícil hacerlo sin un setup. Ok, espera. Voy a morir. No, ahí no. Almacenamiento. Ok. Aquí. Y voy a morir aquí. Solo es para que saber dónde está Crash, ¿ok? Nada, lo mejor. Aquí. ¿Ok? Crash está aquí, ¿ok? Ha tocado el plano de agua y el plano de muerte, ¿ok? El kill plane y el water plane. Y yo ando aquí. ¿Y dónde está Crash? Ahí. Otra vez. Okay. Ok. Crash se murió ahí, ¿verdad? Ok. You can get killed doing the other body slam, so if you're dumb, so it won't change their fair. Okay. Mira. Fuck me! Okay. Algo más simple. Voy a dejar morirse Crash así. Really, dude? Come on. The game is just not letting me do what I want right now. I can't fucking do shit. You know what? Okay. Here's a fucking splash teleport. The easiest and simplest splash teleport, okay? Aquí, mira, Crash teletransporte, ¿verdad? Es algo similar. Okay. But yeah, that is not easy to do casually. It's very difficult to do casually. Most people would be, like... You would be... Tocar el plano de agua, clase, tal... No. No, 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 no. No están vinculados. No son vinculados en... puntos de control y el teletransporte. No, I don't care about the World Cup. El teletransporte es algo totalmente dependiendo de la posición en que Crash ha tocado el plano de agua. El cursor state, o sea, cursor warp, es otro truco en que combinamos los dos para hacer cursor splash. Cursor splash con algo en que usamos tirar el murciélago tirado al punto de control mundial ¿para qué hacer jodido el estado de Crash? Y por alguna razón, cuando está cargado, cuando es cargada la zona de carga, o sea, el pasillo, a caminar por el psicotron, por alguna razón no sabemos por qué, o sea, no sé por qué, sabemos, pero yo no. Crash spawnea en el pasillo. No sé por qué. ¿Quién? Yo no sé. No sé ni una mierda. Pero es por alguna razón. El teletransporte es para cargar la zona de carga del pasillo. Y en este spawneamos en el pasillo con el murciélago, porque el murciélago activa el punto de control cuando estamos afuera de la zona de carga en que el punto de control está. Entonces combinamos dos trucos. Por eso no se llama Splash Teleport, no se llama Cursed Warp, se llama Cursed Splash. Algo así, el efecto del teletransporte de Nutty Skip, no. Nutty Skip es algo diferente porque es la interacción entre Crash, la nuez y la pared para atravesar a otra zona de carga. O sea, es un enlace entre zonas de carga. Crash puede... Hay una interacción entre Crash y la nuez, en que Crash está con la nuez, pero la nuez no puede atravesar a otras zonas de carga. Crash sí. Así que Crash está en un estado en que el juego no sé ni una mierda lo que Crash debe estar, porque Crash debe estar con la nuez, pero está en otra zona de carga. Entonces Crash, el estado de Crash está jodido. Entonces es un teletransporte literal. Pues no es un teletransporte, es como... ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Es una translación. Es una translación geométrica. Geométricamente es una translación hacia la dirección en que Crash teletransporta. O sea, es unos unidos, unos metros, algo así, en una dirección fijada. Pero la razón por la que se pasa, o sea, sale, es porque Crash está con la nuez y la nuez... O sea, Crash está fijado en la nuez, no sé cómo se dice. Ha fijado. Es que Crash está conectado. Crash está conectado con la nuez. Así que cuando cruza otra zona de carga, mientras estando conectado con la nuez, el juego se pone confuso porque no sabe de dónde Crash debe estar. Así que hay un teletransporte. Pegado. Pegado, sí. Pero a veces, así, Crash no está pegado con la nuez. Entonces, Crash no se teletransporta porque Crash no está pegado con la nuez. El otro teletransporte es un teletransporte literal. En vez de Crash, el juego se mueve Crash, o sea, se mete Crash a unos unidos en una dirección. Es que Crash cruza de punto a punto B. Pero como un movimiento. Pero el Splash Teleport es un teletransporte literal. 100%. ¿Por qué? Porque Crash no se mueve de punto A a punto B. Teletransporta de punto A punto B. Por el TDYU. Buenas, buenas. Es que ha hecho otro vídeo de Crash Twinsanity o qué. Es que sé que había hecho un vídeo de hace casi un año, creo. Un PB que he logrado hace 2 años. Pero buenas. Pues sí, así funciona el teletransporte de la nuez. Y la cosa que no sé cómo se dice en español, pero bueno. Mierda. ¿Curados de espantos? No. Pues por cierto, no sé si, ¿cómo se dice? Si podéis entender mis explicaciones porque obviamente a veces estoy traduciendo literalmente de inglés porque obviamente sé cómo se dice casi todo en inglés porque soy angloparlante, pero me cuesta a veces explicar algo en español porque obviamente no es mi lengua materna, que soy hablante extranjero. Creo que de nivel B2, pero casi estoy al punto en que pudiese lograr T1. Y la meta de este año es lograr el nivel de C1 en español. Sí, hablo español. De lenguaje extranjero, pero... Sí. Llevo... ¿Cuántos años? 17 años aprendiendo español. Así que espero que puedo... Espero que pueda hablar bien en el español, ¿eh? Pues claro, porque me falta el vocabulario para... ¿Cómo se dice? Joder, es que hay una palabra en inglés que no sé el equivalente en español. Es como convey, de letra C-O-N-V-E-Y. Y es que es una palabra que debo saber porque obviamente cuando hay una, por ejemplo, una barrera lingüística, etcétera, etcétera, es que obviamente quiero expresarme. Pensaste que era de España, no. Claro que no. Pues sí, es que normalmente los hispanohablantes no, no, no escriben en mi chat. Así que normalmente hablo inglés en mi chat. O sea, en mis streams. Porque la mayoría de la gente en mi chat habla en inglés. O sea, escribe en inglés. Entonces, hablo en inglés. Cuando hay más gente hispanohablante, hablo en español. Cuando hay unos de Japón, porque sé japonés, a veces hablo en japonés. Porque, obviamente, naturalmente, cuando hay alguien que se habla japonés, hablo en japonés. Transmitir. Transmitir es algo. Para mí es algo raro. Es. Transmitir es como. Es como expresar. Expresarme. O sea, es como expresar, pero con el contexto de la, la razón que quiero expresar. O sea, el sentimiento, el significado, en vez de literalmente expresarme. ¿Se puede decir transmitir? Ok. No sé ni una mirada. Pero sí, a mí no importa si la gente escriba en español, en japonés o inglés. A mí no importa porque sé español, sé japonés, sé inglés, etcétera, etcétera. Es que estoy estudiando ruso e italiano también. Y en el futuro sí la gente puede escribir en ruso o italiano. Pero ahora mismo la razón por la que no está puesto en el título japonés es porque es más difícil para mí, construir oraciones en, en japonés mientras haciendo un speedrun así, porque el speedrun de Crash Twinsanity es bastante, demasiado difícil. Así que, pues sí, naturalmente puedo hablar en español porque llevo casi 2 décadas aprendiendo español. Entonces puedo, obviamente, ahora mismo es que... Guay, rodillero. Rodillero crudo. Joder. los English speakers. Caballo rodillerudo. Caballo rodillerudo. Los idiomas en alguna academia. Todo, pues no todo de autodidacto, pero una mitad. Español casi totalmente de autodidacto. Aparte de del vocabulario y la gramática, pero la mayoría de, ¿cómo se dice? Aprendizaje o algo así. Para mí, era casi totalmente hablar con la gente en mis streams, en los discords, etc. Pero estudio en la universidad el idioma español. Japonés también, ruso también, italiano también, pero japonés, una mitad de autodidacto. Tres tristes trigues tragaban trigo en un trigal, joder. No me gusta trabalenguas. Pues tened en cuenta que para aprender idiomas, ¿verdad? Es que es el contacto. Lo importante es el contacto y los vínculos entre el idioma. Por ejemplo, tengo varios amigos de España, de Latinoamérica, etc. En japonés me gusta el anime, obviamente. Me gustan los manga. Me gusta la cultura. Tengo amigos de Japón, etc. Italiano, lo mismo. Tengo amigos de Italia, etc. Y ruso también. Tengo amigos de Rusia. Es lo más importante. La dedicación no. No importa. No importa ni una mierda. Es que si quieres aprenderlo, vas a aprenderlo. Solo cuando una duración. Entonces, no podéis aprender ningún idioma en un mes o algo así. Es una farsa. Hace años y años y años y años, año tras año, etc. Podéis aprender lo que queréis. Como yo. No soy genio. Es que con la exposición de la cultura hispana, de amigos hispanohablantes, quien son hispanohablantes, etc. Y especialmente en mis streams, la razón por la que hablo español en mis streams es para practicar mi español. Entonces, la razón por la que puedo hablar español casi como nativo en unas partes es porque hablo español en mis streams mientras haciendo mis speedruns. Tened en cuenta, no tengo familia hispanohablante. Soy el único que sabe español en mi familia. También crecía en una región sin hispanohablantes. Pues había unos, pero no tantos. No tantos. Claro. Un maestro de Twinsanity. Romper el récord otra vez. Gracias. A mí no soy leyendo. O sea, leyenda, pero... Gracias. Te agradezco. El sueño para mí es hacer tutoriales en español para que los hispanohablantes puedan aprender el juego, pero este juego es muy difícil, es bastante difícil. Especialmente esta categoría es bastante difícil, es que lo perfecto es 9 minutos 5 segundos. Entonces, no puedo cometer errores. Es muy difícil. Y es la razón por la que no está puesta en japonés. Porque no puedo concentrarme bien hablando en japonés mientras jugando. Pero en español, no. Mierda, me cago en la puta madre. También creo que hablo más rápido en español que en inglés. Porque normalmente cuando hablo en inglés hablo más lento. No sé la razón por la que hablo más rápido en español. Creo que es porque los fonotácticos en español se permiten hablar más rápido. Porque en inglés hay tonos de estrés, y etcétera, consonantes que son fuertes y suaves, etcétera. En japonés también. Es que mucha gente se nota que cuando hablo en español sueno, o sea, le parezco más ansioso, menos chill que en inglés. Es el crash más difícil de perfeccionar. No sé. No, creo que no. Pero es lo más difícil para hacer. No hay bugs infinitos. Es que casi estamos al límite. Yo, MGG. Así la cagué. Porque la manipulación del murciélago, joder. Es muy estricta. Y esto es que cuando saltó Crash, a veces si hay un giro de la dirección, Crash gira con velocidad. Y eso lo que sucedió. Spoon fed as fuck, holy shit. Fastest warp skip. Ugh. There we go.
It's a stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
Okay. Here it comes. I have 1 second of leeway. Thanks for the good luck, MGG. I think it just got slide glitch there. Okay, check number 1. No! Ugh! Please? Okay, I need to practice. Nada es garantizada. Hasta que el jefe final. No hay tash, pero hay segmentado de 9 minutos 5. What the fuck? Okay. You are starting to activate at weird times. You need to stop that. There. What? Okay, you bitch. Really? I need to figure out how to fix this. I think that's gonna be, today's goal. Best split background ever. Sesby and Lex. I wonder what that could mean. Fair though. Okay, that was like a billion different, okay. Come on, game. Stop being stupid. Let me do my shit. Okay, stop being stupid.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the right. Sweep the past under the rug.
Okay. 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 We're ready again. We are absolutely ready again. Okay, I'm gonna be +1, which is fine. Please don't call me daddy. We've had 5 good paces today. 3 of them were 315s, and 2 of those 315s made it past the first door. You're kidding that I did not get the fucking bat. I tried so hard to get the damn bat. Oh, come on. I didn't want to type in Sustain's thing. You did Sonic 1 Deathless, let's go. Holy fuck, 3 days. I would probably have struggled the most. It's always the damn doors. Yep, it's always the doors. But I mean, 2 of them actually made it to the door. The 2 past first door. And the 2 that died didn't even die at the doors. Or at the 3rd door. They both died to the ant. The ant before the ant fight part. During the hardest part of the run. Well, actually, I don't know, because I would probably now consider the door skips to be the hardest parts of the run, but those are also, like, they're not consistent, so I don't know exactly how much I can attribute the difficulty of them. I mean, I would probably say that they are, like, the most difficult, so I would say the 3rd most difficult part of the run, but the most stressful part. The most stressful part of the run is, in between the first door and the death abuse after the first door. That's what I would say is, like, the absolute most, like, the most difficult part. Especially having to deal with the nerves. The GBA version? Dude, what is wrong with you? Okay. This could be. This could still 314. Oh, come on. Turned like a frame too late. That's the thing about, if I get a run, even if it's not sub 120, even if Hub 1 is not sub 120, it doesn't automatically mean that Antagony is gonna be impossible. It just means that the more time that is spent, or the more time that I lose in the early game is less time I can get back in Antagony. That is the thing that kind of sucks. Is that, I wish that I could do that consistently. Too hard. It is just too hard. Because getting consistent 118s is very nice, but I don't exactly want to have to reset so much over those, because I'm just not capable of pulling it off consistently. I just lost like a bunch of time right there because the nut pushed me off. It doesn't matter because it pushed me off the ledge. You know what would be really nice? An overlay when you're holding like an object like the nut, so that way you can basically like understand exactly where you need to spin the nut. Oh, it's not the screen crunch, it's just everything else about the GBA version. The dropped frames and the dropped inputs. And several other things. They did make a, there is like a, not really a remastered version per se, but there is a GBA version that's actually quite good. No, I don't remember if it's a ROM hack or not. But there was one, everybody calls it Sonic 1 Genesis. And it is notorious for being extremely bad. Okay, here we go. Sub 120, that's nice. Uka fight. Okay, there we go. Dude, I adapted so hard. Holy shit. You know what? I'll take it. No. It's okay. Damn it.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Um... That sucks. My retro buff? I don't need it anymore. It made the decision a lot easier, that's for sure. I don't need to go very hard on, No! Come on! You fucking asshole! I'm getting tired of fucking this up. Game fucking hates me. That was at least gonna be like a 325. Fuck. Think me do challenge runs? Maybe. Without getting a single Wampa fruit, That sounds boring. Alright, let's see if it was meant to be. It was not meant to be. Okay. I'm appeased. Wait, why do I have 1 life? Okay. It was absolutely not meant to be. Neat. Jumpless? I don't think you could do jumpless. Dude. Whatever the fuck that was that just, like, went down my fucking arm. My back. Okay, why can't I do this now? I'm gonna have to practice all of this shit again. That sucks. I would say deathless, but deathless would also be a little boring. Damageless might be a little bit less boring, but it would still be a little boring. Nutless? No, that would suck balls. The game is laughing in my face. I wish to fucking get this shit.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Ain't. Let's see. Let's see. I have a new method for or I have a different method for the first door. Third door is just gonna be Cortex just decided to die there. Which is the thing that sucks, is he could just decide to die. I was turned too far to the left, and I was also too far left. Okay, Cortex is just being a little bitch right now. Okay, I was too far to the left there. My facing angle was not good. I'm not sure what happened there. I think that was, I think I fucked up the inputs. Okay, Cortex pushed me to the right. I just want this. I just want this. I just want this. Okay, now I'm doing the inputs correctly. Cool. All right. Nice. Okay. Here we go. And then Cortex dies again. Yay. I don't care if it's like 2 and 3. I just want the game to fucking work. No, you bitch! I hate it when it does this. Okay. Wait a second. How can I stream for so long? I don't know. Not gonna lie, I really don't know. Might be just stubbornness. Okay. Oh, oops. It really could just be because I'm stubborn. I'm quite fatigued at the moment. No, I'm basically running off of pure spite right now. Okay to take a break. Today if I take a break, I'm just gonna end stream. Why did I die? Why am I dying now? Ah! I got it now. I see what I was doing wrong. Fair plays. Yeah, there's speedruns for even visual novels. And yes, I mean even visual novels. Imagine speedrunning running Doki Doki Literature Club. There are speedruns of Doki Doki Literature Club. Speedruns of Katawa Shoujo. Sayori any percent? Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be any percent, it would just be Sayori route. I don't know why things are different right now. For some reason they're being different. Annoying me. Do not like it. I need to get the inputs down again. Do. Okay. Alright. That was the camera's fault. Unfortunately. Again, camera's fault. It's too far to the left as well. There we go. Okay. I'll go for a little bit longer. I am kind of tired. I'll either go to 22,325 or 22,350. Or the next couple of times I make it into Antagony. Tomorrow is gonna be a lot better. And I mean a lot better. Because I'm going to be... Because today I've been sleep deprived. And I only had like 5 hours of sleep, and my sleep got interrupted by the dogs. Because they decided to be stupid and go outside and bark. Which, the outside door for the backyard is right beside the basement door. So it woke me up immediately. I am not a very heavy sleeper. I'm a very light sleeper. It does suck, yeah. Man. I'll take it. It could still be a 316. I think. Maybe a 317. Yeah, if I get a really good hub to... What? What the fuck just happened? I don't even know what happened. And the bat was super slow too. Okay. I am going to look at the segmented run, and I might lab the bat. That's still 110.6 something. Animal experiments, imagine. "13 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if there's anything like... I'm gonna look at this real quick and then... Let's see if I'm actually saving time there. Nothing? Wait, let me see here. $59.7. The faster bat doesn't save any time, it's the fucking stupid ass jump. Which means, unfortunately, that stupid ass fucking jump actually saves a second. Oh, that sucks. That sucks balls. Why are people getting recommended my old videos? I've noticed that some people are just getting recommended my old videos. I got one of my Freedom Planet video. Oh. People are like, NTSC doesn't make a difference, and it's like, anybody else notice exactly what the fuck just happened as soon as I fucking started the run? It's that stupid keypad jump that... It's that stupid keypad jump that fucking just sucks. It saves a whole second, but the problem is I don't want to have a Hub 2 reset over something that's bullshit. Even if it saves a decent amount of time, it's still, like, really stupid. Granted, I haven't tried it on this controller. So it might be easier. But that bat manip did not save me any time, like, very little. That was pretty slow. Fastest warp skip.
Victor and
Alright.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
And I have, 1.5 seconds of leeway. Plus the 0.8 from, plus the 0.8 from, Pauseless Fastina. Damn it. Antonio? No, that wasn't Antonio. Damn, I don't have enough time to, like... I don't have enough time to do that. You meant the level? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was the game. I don't know what that is, but... Damn. Oh, really? That's a thing? I've never had that. ¿No tiene los brazos? Pues sí. It was more than 0.3. Wait, so that means like you have basically lost. Is that's permanent? Or it only happens when you get sick? Oh. Hmm. I'm just not at your age, yeah. I'm resetting, yeah. I'm gonna have to basically... Ow! I'm gonna highlight all of my, I'm gonna highlight all of my pacers. Because the pacers that I had today, and I think yesterday, were really good. That I was robbed again. There we go. No! Wow! Come on, game. Damn you. So what, that makes like, I've had 6 Pacers today? Three 315s, 2 316s, 1 317, and I think like 2... I had like 1 319, I had like 2 320s, and 321, I think. I've made it into Antagony a lot today. A lot more than before. Something's coming, probably. There we go. Sub 119. Nice. Okay. A little bit on the slow side, but it's okay. Okay. I don't know if anybody fucking noticed that. But, something happened. Crash teleported. Crash actually teleported there. I need to see that shit again. I need to see that again. Alright. Look at this. I'm gonna slow that down a little more. Okay. Pay attention to Crash's position right after this jump. Okay. Alright, so this is actually, like, nearly imperceptible. I need to slow this down even more. He does get moved more to the left, yes. Okay. Alright. So I only tap the stick left once. After this point, watch. You see how he moved twice there? Hang on. Okay. It wasn't a teleport, but it probably was a stick flick. I just added a 1% dead zone because I was going with 0. I hate Kevin. I'll do one more run into warp skip. One more run into warp skip, that's it. Auto splitter's been fine, though it's been starting at weird times. I did up the strictness of it, though. Okay, I'll be ahead. Possibility for 314. No, 315. It depends on if warp skip is actually like 316 now. $317 now. Game crashed. I'm not gonna count that as making it to warp skip. The fact that I saved time off of an almost 114 after that, I don't know. I don't know. Yo, thanks for the stonks, Ollie. I might try to go for that. I think. I might try to just go for that load. That way, I just have to pause. It's just that, okay. It's just that I'm not exactly guaranteed to do that, and I don't know how long I have to wait. But it is entirely possible that this pause is not just worth it, but like actually workable. That lag was massive. Okay. 119. Potential for 312. 312 is my fastest into warp skip. Okay. Yo, Blue, thanks for the stonks. 312 possible? I don't want to take that. See, the thing is I'm starting to play well. I don't want to take that. Like, I did really well in, I did really well in adjusting, but I didn't, I did really well in adjusting. What I didn't do well was, I didn't time the spin correctly. And Cortex also teleported slowly. That was because I threw him to the left. He falls slower. Yeah, I don't know, man, like, I'm tired, but the thing is I want to keep going. I'm not that tilted. I'm still playing well, too. Like, usually I stop playing well after a certain period of time. Right now, that was the nut being friendly right there. It's just that right now, at this point in time, this particular point in time, I'm like, actually, I'm playing well still. I don't want to just end the stream while I'm playing well. Because what if I don't play well tomorrow? I lost a little bit of time there. Where's he going? Fastest possible time is a 3:15. More realistic time would be a 3:16 or a 3:17. That bat was fast as fuck, dude. Yo, okay, I adapted so hard there, holy. That sucks, but
Victor and Moritz's
okay.
stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
We do take those, yeah.
Under the rug.
I've been in Antagony more today than I think in any other day. Easy 925? Could be. Fastest antagony so far. That was a 710? I'm curious to know what, despite that, how much faster was that? $708 versus when the hell did I land here? Damn. That was a really fast antagony. I want to compare that with the 932. Or no, the 933. I want to no, it was the 930. I want to compare that to the 932. Okay, let me see. $350. That was 603 pace. That run was 603 pace. Or, I mean, that run was, yeah, the antagony was 603 pace. Possibly 602. Which would have been a very low 920. And this is why I'm saying, like, I really don't want to, like, just stop doing runs right now. As tired as I am, I'm still playing very well. And I'm hoping that it continues at least until I get a run. Now, that was the first run I've had that made it all the way to the third door today. However, that was also a nearly flawless antagony all the way up to that point, which is, considering how tired I am, the fact that I almost did that is kind of insane. Like, that antagony was, like, The execution on that antagonist was fucking phenomenal. It's just a shame that the game decided to fuck me over. That means that it's not as bad as it would be for most others, yes. The other thing is that, I ate well this morning. Like, really well. I gave myself some sugar, I had some, like, mini frozen burritos, and I had milk. Because we have milk. Milk is very nice for me.
Maybe Papu didn't eat enough big breakfast.
You're lactose, so you're super glad for lactose-free milk? Yeah. I had a pretty big boost in energy. However, I'm starting to feel like I'm at my limit, yo, Summy. I'm starting to feel like I'm close to my limit right now, but I don't know. Because at the same time, it's like, you're about to say something very Italian? Let's go, dude. That sounds very that sounds very Italian. Yeah. You never feel energy from coffee, milk, or juice? ADHD, probably. I am the GOAT. I have a very high level of lactose tolerance because I've... Don't ever forget that. Thank you, appreciate it. Yo, hold up. Congrats on the promotion, Summy. Nice cock. Perfect. But the thing is like I said, the dogs woke me up super early. I gotta turn up these alerts. Yeah. That was very quiet for me too. I'll have to mess with that. Is smoked? Let's go. Mozzarella. I also like mozzarella. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, I'm gonna stop at 22,350. I think that's a smart idea. And there will be, tomorrow I should be more prepared, because I did not sleep well last night, and I will sleep well tonight. I will make absolutely fucking sure that I sleep very well tonight. Okay, Nut. not cooperating. It definitely didn't. It did land up there, yeah. But at what cost? Okay, so best possible time right now is a 3:12. Why is Virgil of all people speedrunning Twinsanity? That's a damn good question. Because the only person that could handle this fucking run is somebody who is the storm that is approaching. Also motivation. Now I'm a little motivated. Show me your motivation. When did you learn to count? We're even. Why isn't it working? Ah! Thank you for that. Now you shall get death in return. Who wins, be honest? If it's Crash Twinsanity, Crash, Cortex beats all comers. You take Crash in 5. Virgil Virgil versus Twinsanity speedrunning. Virgil lose. I'm just saying this right now. Virgil would lose. Cortex would kick his ass. Unfortunately. But anything else like actual Crash has no powers. Virgil just fucking... Like, I wouldn't say he's one of the most powerful people in fiction. Absolutely not. You have fucking Dragon Ball Z and Goku. Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super Goku. It's nutting time? Not for much longer. I think I put most of my energy into the final... into that last Antagony run. Crash has 99 lives. No. That doesn't mean anything. Crash will beat Virgil too since he beats Cortex. Is it Twinsanity Cortex? Twinsanity Cortex basically fumbles into infinity, dude. Like, have you seen how many runs Cortex fucking kills just from fumbling into infinity? How do you do the Tiki skip? Which one? There's 5 of them. 2 of them... Two of them are not generally used. One of them I don't do anymore. One of them I do now, which is the TAS version of it. And then there's the standard one. So finicky? Yep. And that's why it requires Virgil. The thing is you have to be... In order to fight an unstoppable force, you have to be an immovable object. I would say I'm an unstoppable force, but I think it's better to say I'm an immovable object. I endure until it's my time to strike. And that also matches Virgil's personality pretty well, because Virgil is about timing. His playstyle is about input timing. And that is literally me speedrunning in general. Motivation. I should have gotten that. Okay. Which version of Tikimon Skip are you trying to do? Are you trying to do this one? Because that one is easy. And you should be doing that. More of a snake guy? Let's go. You could also be trying this, which is Bikimon Skip. That is kind of tough. I would put that as like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Basic one? Okay. Hang on. I will show you the reason why... No. Okay. I will show you the reason why you keep fucking it up. Open file... That's slip slide. It was not deliberate. I hate that fucking joke. Where's Hub D at? Is that Hub D? I can't read. You're fine. Okay. Alright. So I am going to capture the... Okay. So here we have the Twinsanity editor, and here we have all of the you move to Twitch, let's go. Here we have the wireframe and everything. Okay. And this is the Tikimon... This is the Tikimon, trigger. So what you basically need to do is... You need to land on this ledge. But since it's ice physics, you have to land on this ledge while aiming around this way. Because if you land around here, you will fall off. So what you do is you aim so that way you can land on here, and then jump all the way over to here. And then as you can see, it's easy to just jump over. Now, here's why this is problematic. Oops. Okay. So, as you can see, the collision is not one-to-one with the graphics. So you land here, and then you jump this way. So I'm gonna give you a visual representation of what that looks like. Okay. So, this is usually approximately how I usually set my camera up. I mean, you can kind of, like, use my game as a reference here. Like this, basically. See? And then, oops. And then I basically just do this. And you see, this is like the spot you want to aim for. But you see, I'm basically, like, not really aiming... Oh, hey, neat. I'm not really aiming... You don't want to aim for the wall, because watch this. See, if you aim for the wall, look at what's going on. You can't control crash at all. Because you're on ice physics. This is how ice physics works. Like, you land on stuff, and then you, like, can't really move, right? So, the idea to control ice physics is to take your line before you land on the thing. And then, as you can see, you can control it. So, because of that, you basically, like, you see how I already chose my line as I land on the rock? That is the trick for it. The trick is to literally, like, already have your line up. And it's the same for Pokemon Skip, too. You already have your line set up. As you can see, like, my line for it is already there. That's the trick, is that you're not supposed to aim after you land. You need to aim before you land. Rest this man. Don't I have a tutorial for this on YouTube? I do. A very similar thing for Tiki Task, but it's way harder. Because, like... It's rough. But yes, that is more or less how you do that trick. It's about a 4 out of 10, I would say. The difficulty only really comes from the fact that you can't see directly what the fuck is going on. He's hacking the IRS, imagine. The long jump after a slide jump? There's not much to explain. The game stores a value every time you slide jump, where when you walk off of a ledge, crash is considered in the air but grounded. El avance, nada. Basically, every time Crash does a slide jump, it just stores a value. And when he's off of a ledge, he's capable of doing a slide jump. Or, I mean, a long jump. But you have to be off of the ledge, but considered grounded. And you have, like, a certain amount of frames for that. It's the same with the controllable slide jump. You know if you have long jump storage if you can't do a controllable slide jump. And you lose that storage when you jump. So you can't do 2 long jumps in a row. You have to do another slide jump. The sequence is you just do a slide jump and then you do a long jump. It's pretty intuitive once you get it. Best of luck. That ain't happening tonight. How hard is the jump after the cutscene? You mean to skip the cutscene? Pretty hard, like, I would say like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. You can't notice when you get it. It's very easy. If you're jumping off of a ledge and Crash turns, you don't get a long jump. If he does turn... Okay, since I failed this. Okay. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. like, the best thing to do is just to pay attention to if you've done a slide jump. Okay. Alright. Okay. So here's a sign where you know whether you're doing the timing right. So you see, this is Crash's running jump. This is a standing jump. However, if you jump off of a ledge, you get a standing jump. That's how you know you're getting the timing correctly for the long jump. Is like, see, I didn't jump correctly because Crash is doing his running jump. And when he's getting his standing jump, you know you got it. So then you just do a slide jump, and then all of a sudden, like, Crash is no longer turning when he jumps. And all long jumps, Crash cannot turn. Crash is incapable of turning. There's another thing, too. You see, I'm doing a controllable slide jump here. Oh, I can't do a controllable slide jump anymore. Why? Because I have long jump storage. Okay, so in the state that I'm in right now, am I gonna get a long jump, or will I get a controllable slide jump, or will I get a long jump, or will I get a normal jump? In the state that I'm in, just take a guess if you don't know. Just take a guess. A normal jump. Why? Explain to me why. And the answer is extremely simple, actually. Because you don't have it stored. Why is it not stored? That is the correct answer. But why is it not stored? What did I do to lose the storage? Because you jumped. Exactly! There you go. You are correct. Now, will I get a long jump? And explain to me why. Yes, because I did a slide jump. Yes, exactly. There you go. You understand long jumps. Easy. Took 1 minute. Now, you understand long jumps completely. Now, the only thing is you just need to get your timing down, and you can know just by walking off of a ledge and then jumping. If you get a standing jump, then you're doing the timing right. If you get a running jump, 99% of the time you failed the timing. But it's pretty intuitive. Like, I mean, you can see Crash is clearly off of the ledge when I jump. Like, see? Crash was not off of the ledge. That time he was. That time he wasn't. Coyote timing, yep. Now you understand long jumps. All you need to do is pay attention to whether or not you have done a slide jump prior. That's it. That's what I do, is like, I am aware of, all you have to do is just be aware of that. How is this even programmed? I don't fucking know. Even the devs were baffled by it. It's probably like a leftover because of coyote timing. Most likely it is because when you do that jump, Crash is not assigned to a surface because he's not on a surface. And also, I was using a teaching technique. I was using a teaching technique there. And there's one thing about that is that, yes, I was a little, like, yes, I was a little bit harsh, but the thing is like, I was respecting your intelligence. Because you already basically knew the answer. I was just telling you to explain it back to me because when you put the logic towards the thing, you understand it. And long jumping, the thing is that if you're thinking that it's something magical or something, you will not understand long jumping. Long jumping is extraordinarily simple. It's the same thing with controllable slide jumping. Extraordinarily simple. But you may not understand it because you're not thinking about like what is going on. It's just simple. It's just like you just basically take the steps. When you slide jump, you can do a long jump. If you jump, you can't do a long jump. If you jump, you can do a slide jump. If you don't, and you've done a slide jump, then you just do a standard slide jump off of a ledge. The skip after nut skip? Oh, I would not recommend that. That's the Dusty Eel. That is extremely hard. I would recommend learning the original totem skip first. Unless you're very oh, trying it for fun? Okay. It's very hard because the inputs are super specific. Just wanted to give us one last hurrah. The original one? You mean the one on the hay bale? Or the one I used to do? That's the one I used to do. I wouldn't ever recommend people doing that. There's an easier one. A much easier one, actually. It's a little slower, though. Yeah, the tree one. That one is doable on any version. There's no issues. If I make it into Antagony and I'm not on good pace, I will just do no reset. And it's looking like I'm not going to be on good pace. No. In under an hour to show your friends? Okay. The fuck did you even watch? Oh boy.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This
You know what?
is where we wrong the right.
You know what?
Cast on the rug.
No. No. No, let's do, let's go all out. This is last run of the day. Let's go all out. Well, not all out, all out. I'm not going for crazy shit. Let the game decide. I will take whatever I can get. I will take that retro buff gladly. Ooh. That's 1 second. All right, let's see. Oh, wait. Well, it's not a PB. Nope. The game just didn't want me to get through the door. Well. That was sub 930 pace. Well, that's basically it for me today. Okay. So, question. Is there anything that anybody wants me to go over and teach before I end stream? I still have enough brain power in me where if anybody wants me to like teach them anything, I am perfectly fine with doing so. As long as it is within my power. It's been 8 hours. It has indeed been 8 hours. Go rest? Nah, it's fine. If anybody wants me to show anything, I will. How do you jump? You press the A button. What would I recommend for a beginner runner any percent? You're too drained to think. How do you win the game? Survive. So, in my mind, the best way to run this game, in here, I'll just like, I'll start recording because, I mean, might as well, right? For a beginner, I would recommend doing the old dimension skip. For an absolute beginner trying to learn how to do all these skips and whatnot, the old dimension skip route, which has you go through ice climb, is probably the best way to go about it. You know, it could get overwhelming for newer runners. Yeah, exactly. You need speed for this. So I would recommend doing it this way. Damn it. If you want to, you can also do this trick too. Because this makes Pokemon skip really easy. But you have to be kind of like, you have to be kind of good at it. Like, that does require long jump timing. And as you can see, I'm only 30 seconds behind. And then there's this.
Before you rises a cathedral of diabolical genius.
The fact that this isn't even the slowest run is kind of funny.
Much goodness in the world. Of course, only I have the key. Absurd.
This route actually has you
I know.
do penguin skip, and you might as well learn Uka skip too. I wouldn't recommend skipping the cutscene. Hell no, that's way too hard. I would only recommend things that are like... Oh yeah, you probably wouldn't want to do that movement, but... So there's this antenna thing that's like weird, and then you can just go up here and then just like catch that cycle. Should post this on YouTube. I do actually have something, well no, not something like this.
And then, of course, the classic penguin skip, you would stand like here-ish. Then you just kind of go here. You listen for the wind. I like to do a slide jump here. You don't have to. And then you have to do this part of penguin skip, which all you really need is just a slide jump. And then you want to kind of like get the camera so that way it's like this, and then you just do a long jump. Apparently the game didn't want to give me that long jump. When I said the game was cruel, you could see it now. Yes, this game is absolutely cruel. Like, mind you, I'm also not trying at all. And then you don't slide here. You grab Cortex, and then you throw him this way. And then you stand here. Wait until he teleports. Okay. And now you do this again. Should be over here. Oh, there he is. I do have tutorials, I just never finished them. I might make tutorials for all the skips though. Then all you need to do is just kind of like go here, spin Cortex, then you jump, and then right before you land throw Cortex, and then go up to that little corner and then you spin him. Then you just walk through here while holding down on the right stick. And you throw Cortex. Grab him. And then you put Crash here, wait until the end is like sideways. Like aiming towards there. Then you do a slide jump, and then you want to do a long jump around here. And then just get yourself, store a long jump, and then aim very carefully. I usually also hold down on the right stick when I do the skip. Okay, alright, cool. Okay. Game doesn't want me to play, apparently. You would fail Cursed Splash a lot more. It takes a lot more effort to learn Cursed Splash than this. Okay, so you can either die with Cortex here, or you can just do this if you're confident in not dying. Because if you die without Cortex in the next bit, it's GG's. You get so many lives here. You can't Curse Splash with Cortex. Unless you're on 360, I think. So just don't die here. these platforms will fall. So mind the cycles. Go over here. Grab Cortex. And then you do the checkpoint snipe here. Hold forward after aiming, and then jump, throw Cortex, and then Death Abuse. Boom, now you're down here. Now, you can... And now what you want to do is you want to move like this. And then... you want to do this. Oh shit, where did Cortex go? Did I just go through the wall? Yeah, kinda. Oh, there he is. So the chunk load actually sticks out. Then you want to kind of do that. Okay. And then you load this. And you want to kind of throw Cortex and then do a little jumpy jump here. And then you like kind of, I think you like aim him here. Throw him and then you like stand like. How to speedrun. Hang on. Maybe I have to spin throw him. I have not done, yeah, I'll spin throw him. Let's see. I do not remember how to do dimension skip. No, maybe it was here? No, it was here. Okay. Am I gonna have to look up a fucking video? What are we doing? Tutorials? Kinda, sorta. Give me some time. I do not remember how to do dimension skip. Does Cortex have to be in the position for the trigger to work? No, he needs to block you. I need to look up a video. Hang on. Yes, I know, I'm recording and I need to upload this. Dimension skip. No, I'm not looking for no dimension skip, you cock. Dimension skip with detailed explanation. Okay. Okay. I'm here. Okay. Where do I throw Cortex? Ah, there we go. Okay. Yes, we off the platform, something like that, yeah. Eh. I think I need to throw him like a little more up left. Come on. You know you want to go. You know you want to clip out of bounds, Cortex. Come on. Maybe I need to be here? No. Why does the trigger work immediately? It doesn't. This is a totally different thing. Okay, so because of this old dimension skip, you can hold the spin button and go through Cortex. What happens is that the cutscene kind of fucks with Crash's state, and then you just go into Hub 3 and you get attracted to the what's it called? You get pulled into the hug cutscene.
Let's see. That isn't enough. All is lost unless.
Okay, so I'm just gonna hold the spin button and I'm gonna try to get to the area. Okay, I got it. All right. Okay. There we go.
Your fur is so soft and warm. Evil Crash!
Any of that in the Curse Splash route? Yeah. Why is that? Because Curse Splash is a different trick. In Dimension Skip, you interrupt the cutscene and then finish it as it despawns. And since you basically, like, end it before the script has time to actually fully end it, because Crash has to reach the point in which he, Crash has to reach the point in which he, he has to reach the point in which, the cutscene is supposed to teleport him. Basically, it puts Crash in the state to, like, bring him to the next part of a cutscene. So when you enter Hub 4, the game needs to pull Crash to a cutscene, and it pulls him to the hug cutscene because that's what the game is supposed to do. That's how it activates the hug cutscene, and basically it puts you there. That is what Dimension Skip does. Cursed Splash basically fucks with the game's spawning mechanisms. It's a totally different skip that does the exact same thing. Basically, instead of fucking with Crash's cutscene state, you're fucking with Crash's spawning. And dying spawns you in adjacent chunks in the cursed state, which is why Cursed Splash works. But the reason why beginners should do this instead of Cursed Splash is because Cursed Splash is fucking hard. It's very hard to learn. It's not hard to execute, but it is hard to learn. Bueno superior. Bruh's buying himself up, that's crazy. How did you guys figure out all that? Oh, need it split. Let's go. Okay. So how I mean, I'm gonna just basically like redo any of this anyways. That probably really fucked with my average, didn't it? Yes, it did. Okay. I don't need this anymore. Okay. Yo, good luck. I'm not doing runs anymore. Late to the party, yeah. I am doing something because I'm showing off an old route that I believe this is probably the easiest way for beginners to like start doing runs, because like a lot of people who are trying to like start running this game try to do any percent the way I do it, and it's like, no, you are not getting any of what I do. Does not matter how short it is. Good luck learning Cursed Splash when you're a beginner. Cursed Splash is a very complicated skip. It's not difficult to pull off, it is just very complicated, and most people who speedrun are just not capable of pulling it off. And PB routes after you're done with the game, yeah. I think that doing Old Dimension skip is the perfect way to like have an entry level. It's an entry level route. There's a reason why there were so many world records that happened when this route was created. And there's also a reason why they stopped very soon whenever I found Twin Split. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to do more runs? Stu says hi and good luck, but he's also raid art. Okay. Hello, raiders. Unfortunately, this is like end of the stream, so I'm showcasing a route that I think is good for beginners for Twinsanity. So you'll get to see some old glitches. But yeah, welcome raiders. Sorry, this is probably kind of boring, but also maybe interesting. So the first cool thing is that you can enter this cutscene and and save like 10 seconds
scary, but in the wrong
by jumping off of the antenna.
goodness in the world. Of course, I have the key. Absurd.
Also, the nice thing about this route is that you're almost guaranteed to get this. Yo, Rach. You're basically guaranteed to get Dimension Skip. That's why I differentiate old Dimension Skip from Dimension Skip. Because the old Dimension Skip uses a different cortex with different collision and parameters. Which is weird to say, but... like... yeah. This antenna's weird, by the way. And that jump is just like, it's a 3 out of 10, it's not that bad. Most of Ice Climb is kind of 3 out of 10-ish, except Penguin Skip, which is like a 4. Like, almost everything except for Uka Skip is very entry-level, very beginner-friendly. You turn around here and then hold the R2 button, and then the camera just kind of pops out immediately. Then this body slam, you want to see where the colors change. Don't go more forward than that. Ooh, okay. There we go. And then you do body slam up here, walk back. You don't have to do a slide jump here. I always have done it. Just for safety, you don't need to do that. You do a slide jump to store long jump. Go around here, turn the camera around all the way, and then do a long jump. Forward, straight forward. That's Penguin Skip. You grab Cortex, and then you spin throw him there, and then you go over here. Wait till he teleports. Then you do this again. He teleports there. Grab him, you spin him. Do game versions matter? Not that much, to be honest. Pingu Skip, true. Hang on, I'll explain in a second. So for this, you kind of aim in the corner and then you throw Cortex right as you land, and then you jump up and you spin him. Then you hold down on the right stick and walk through here. Sometimes he dies. Now you grab Cortex, you stand about here and wait until the N is like sideways, and then you throw him. If you fuck up the N, by the way, you can just touch this button here, and then just grab Cortex, you do it again. Then you have to long jump around invisible stuff, and then you just kind of need the camera. You have to maneuver your camera and then angle. The camera's never going to be direct, so you just have to deal with it. Now you can either die here, or you could do this. If you are confident in not dying in the next section, you don't need to bring Cortex with you. And you get a bunch of lives. Yeah, I got both of those on the same frame, that's crazy. But yeah, game versions don't exactly matter. It's just that on PS2 you have to be mindful that you can get super slides, which can kill you. And on 60 Hz you have to be mindful of slide glitch, which can make you slide jump off of ledges, which can also kill you. But there's really no difference in reality between versions for this particular route. So for this skip, you kind of want to aim at the checkpoint and then just hold forward to aim, and then you just jump through Cortex. I was not. There you go. Okay, I wasn't. Come on. Cortex, you bastard. Okay. There we go. Now you can do this. This is pretty cool. So if you walk into this wall here, you actually load into a different chunk. You just throw Cortex, and then you, like, body slam up here. Then you spin Cortex, and then just, like, turn like this. And then jump throw him. And then move forward. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to move backwards and then jump throw Cortex and then do a double jump like this. Boom. Now we walk back here. Jump over this. And then once things get dark, we jump through Cortex and then we do a double jump like this. Put Crash like this. And then jump through a Cortex and then stand like here-ish. So we'll take a couple of tries. I'm not exactly very good at dimension skip. I learned it. There we go. Now you just need to double jump over the cutscene. Trigger. And then... Are a different beast entirely? What the hell? Yes. And then you want to kind of be over here. And then... Cortex will block Crash. So, this is dimension skip. This does weird stuff with how the cutscene state works. All you need to know is that you can spin through Cortex. So all you need to do is hold forward and spin. So you can just hold square or X and hold forward and then touch a specific spot. Crash will twitch if you touch it. And then you need to enter need to enter hub 4.
That isn't enough. All is lost.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. All right. There we go. Got it. You'll know if you got it if Crash has full control over himself. Okay. Then you just load this. And then you drop down here. Aim like this, and then do a long jump backwards. And then boom.
Your fur is so soft
That's dimension skip.
and warm.
Now with the old dimension skip, we didn't know you could do warp skip. But warp skip is difficult because you don't have much time to use Cortex. You could go back into this chunk after leaving it and Cortex is respawned, but he disappears after a certain amount of time. So, the best thing to do, first of all, don't die, otherwise the game crashes. And you just do Bandicoot Pursuit, or well, you do Rock Slide Rumble, and then you do Bandicoot Pursuit Skip, which is not that bad. And then you just do very easy stuff in Antagony. And you can beat the game in about 25 minutes.
My daughter, niece. We must do something.
The reason why I say that this is like an entry level route is because the hardest thing in this route outside of Antagony is Uka Skip. Dimension Skip is not that hard. Dimension Skip's like a 4 out of 10, at least this version. The newer version, which is what we were doing. The newer version, which was with Twin Split, had a different Cortex, and that different cortex you can't spin through. Which is why I differentiate the two. So, like, this one is much easier. It gets you used to the controls, and you learn one of the most basic skips that puts you from beginner to, like, at least experienced. Oh yeah, by the way, Crash isn't actually, like, you know, doing the thing. But, yeah. It basically gets you used to how the game works. You get to mess with Cortex, you get to learn Uka Skip, which is, like... Uka Skip is, like, the midway... Like, the exact middle ground trick. It's a 5 out of 10 thing. It basically gets you used to Twins jank. And it is essentially the measuring stick I use for all the difficulties, or for difficulty of all the tricks.
Come along!
The Antagony skip is pretty easy. Or, well, Bandicoot Pursuit skip is pretty easy. You need this life, you just grab it. Yeah. You get a lot of lives. You can have like 20, 25 lives too. So, then once you have the opening on the right, you just take it. You don't need to go into the cutscene. You could just dodge it. Then you go over this way. Now, there was a trick that I didn't remember. But if you just kind of like jump and then turn backwards, you can like land and then jump. Not sure if that's an Xbox ledge or not. Could be. If it is, you could do this too. Though this one's a lot jankier. There's also a bomb thing, but I don't know how to do it, and it kind of sucks in my opinion, so... Yeah. And then look at that. You have 20 lives entering Antagony. And then here you are.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
And I'll also go through some of the, like... I'll go through some of the caveats as well, and I'll show most of the, like, lives and stuff. Also, you can save here. So, like, yeah. Also, you can slide jump through these. You don't have to do that. I'm just gonna do these casually. First of all, kill this guy. He crashes PS2. He loves to crash PS2. Kill him. Also, die. Make sure you have 2 masks, by the way. There is a life here. And you could just do that. Also, if you hold up on the right stick and then do a double jump to the side, kind of like this, right? You could just land right up here. But you have to basically face the wall, and then right at the peak you need to aim for that. There's a life there. Of course, there's a life here. Now this is where things matter. So you want to do a slide jump here after storing a long jump. Like this. Okay. You don't have Cortex, so you don't have to care. This entire room is gated. You do not have to do any of these things. Yes, I know. You need to do a long jump here, and you need to beat 4 of these guys. The best way to take them out quickly is by body slamming, because they disappear instantaneously when you body slam them. But if they swing at you, they'll try to back off, and it's kind of annoying. So you want to store a long jump here, and then you want to slide jump the ball, or if you're not confident in that, you could do ball ricochet. Like this. I personally do not like that skip. This next room, you are cycle gated, so you can kind of casually scroll. Or well, stroll. Because you're basically guaranteed to make this cycle. This next room, you have 2 options. You can bump into this guy and then jump off of his head. But if you can't do that, there's a backup. And that backup is this, right here. You could just do that easily. Then you can make it over to that part over there. Now let me show this. So go up here and then store a long jump, and then just long jump around that. If you're not confident in the next long jump, you could just drop down. And see, I failed it. Not on purpose, actually. And then you can get up here and then do a spinning body slam to get up here. Or you can use this guy. And now you have to do 3 difficult long jumps. It's not faster. It's slower. If you're not confident that you're gonna make the jump, you need to jump. Otherwise, like, Crash will fall. The next room has a God cycle. I'm not gonna go for it. You can see it in some of my like older 1037, my older PBs, like my 1037. So you want to store a long jump here, and then you want a long jump over here. Now, this is kind of random, but not all the time. So if you want to go for this jump, you can. Or you could just do it the hundo way, where you just store a long jump, and then you go around here. And this is what a lot of people do. A lot of people have seen me do the faster way. This is how you do it the easier way. So now the next thing you want to do is jump here and then do a spinning body slam. Also, in case you need it, there is a life here. It's not hard to get to. There is also a life right there. But generally you want to like do a slide jump here and then a long jump here. Jump up here. And then wait for gold. Slide jump to gold. Run here, do a long jump. Then you can wait for red or wait for gold. And now here you could do a controllable slide jump. And then you could do what I do, which is just a diagonal setup. Or you could do it this way, which is the old way. That's the old way. Now, ball glitch is kind of random, but also kind of not. Okay. Now we go for Spyro Skip, which Spyro Skip is... I wouldn't say it's super tough. But yeah. It's not really that bad. Now, the way that the exploding bombs work is that they need to be far away from you before they explode, generally. The normal energon spheres also work that way. So you could stand here and then hold down on the right stick and body slam. Or you could do this. Now wait for the camera to come in when you do this body slam. And now you want to long jump at a certain point. Now watch this, okay? This is super easy. That extends extremely far immediately. But if you can't do it, you can wait for the door to open. But there is an invisible wall that extends out to about here and here immediately when the door is still closed. And if you're really, really nervous about the final boss, you could just die here after you hear the checkpoint, and then you get the world checkpoint before the final boss, and you can save there. I will show the final boss strats as well. I've never actually properly explained them. So first we're gonna do yaaaaay cycle for Nina. You don't want to hit the generator immediately. Also, by the way, you want to hold A and B or X and circle, and don't touch anything on the stick when you do this. This is a big misconception that this is an emulator glitch. I abuse it for Fast Nina, where she doesn't hook on it. All you have to do is just hold the two buttons. Okay. Now we want to hit the first one, go here, and then wait until his left foot, or the foot on the side of Nina, is at its peak before you spin this, or rather when it's about to step, sorry. Then you want to do a Nina double jump. He'll do this attack, and now all you need to do is just do this. This one will PB trust true. Okay, now I usually go to the left thing and then stop. Now the next thing that I do is I hold upright and then I start spamming the gun. Now, you don't have to do this necessarily, but I just want to explain how to get the faster cycle. So you shoot upright until Cortex runs out of ammo, and then you basically like make sure that you're close to the center in between the legs, so that way the machine gun doesn't hit you, and then stop shooting when the cannon starts firing. Then in the middle of when the cannon is firing, you want to take damage against the leg, and then you just want to keep shooting. So like this. You can pre-fire too, it's fine. Stop. Take damage, start firing again. The closer you are to the center, the slower the machine gun fires. Okay. Now, here's the last thing, and I didn't figure out that this was a thing until recently. Start holding down left on the right stick now. Don't do it during the cutscene. Start doing it now. And then, right when Mecha Bandicoot spawns in, you want to try to move him upright a little bit. and then just spam shoot. Most of these should avoid Mecha Glitch and also give you the side-eye strat. And that is how you do the old dimension skip route. With a lot of explanations. This is basically the entry-level route that people should be going for to learn the damn game. Of course, you don't have to do the final boss strats, but it's good that people know how to do the final boss, just because nobody learned how to do the final boss. And the new strats are awesome. Fast Nina... I can explain Fast Nina, but yeah. GG. Still hasn't done any percent even though he... Okay. Let me go this route. Finally, a Dio pace run. You know what? While I'm at it, by the way. What game? What do you mean? Save splits as... Crash Twinsanity. Fun category. Old dimensions. Yes, there we go. Whoa. Name it beginner route, so it's easier to search on YouTube. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Who the hell is this? One mutual server. Member since July 7th. Ignore. Okay. Also, while I'm here, I'm gonna do a tutorial on Fast Nina. I just finished a run. In a matter of speaking, yes. I was actually just recording a tutorial of the old any percent route, where everybody was basically getting records in it. I didn't really get a PB. My actual PB is this. And yes, it's a 930. I'm trying to go for a sub 920. Porco dio cane. No, I didn't really finish a run. This is different. As you can see by the fact the game is not fucking crashing. Frozen pizza too, whoa. Juan Vicente Ramirez Garcia is the guy that, he was the guy that ported the game to Xbox, by the way. Okay. I'm going to explain Fast Nina because I still feel... I feel like if I don't fucking do this, I'm not gonna do it. Just one guy? Yeah. Tell a funny fact about Crash Twinsanity. The game has a weird mechanic where you can jump further if you slide jump and then you jump off of a ledge. Okay. Now I'm going to explain Fast Nina. So here's the thing. You move left instead of right. And you almost do the same thing, but but what you do differently is on the penultimate, the almost final hook. Right here, you start... Why couldn't I pause? It didn't let me pause. Okay, hang on. Okay, this hook, you start holding the direction of the next hook and you let go of the hooks until Nina starts falling. Then you press the hook button and then you jump. Then you want to spin the generator, go to the next one, and then spin that generator, and then basically do a Nina double jump off of the hook. Like this. It dropped my spin. Now you want to do the same thing over here, but this is where things get really damn important. So you go and you hit this one. Then you want to jump beside the generator. Jump. Turn around until you see green, then pause. Then you want to hold A, B, and X. Or X, circle, and square. You want to let go of X and A, or square and X. And then wait until Nina can do a double jump again. And you want to kind of follow the circle, the inner circle. And then you want to do a Nina double jump while holding the hook. And then if you're lucky, you will hook onto one of the higher hooks. And then you basically want to just hold the hook button, so that way you immediately hit the generator and then you turn around. And then Nina will immediately hook, and then you just spam spin. Like this. Okay. Now this is what this actually looks like. Oops. My bad. This is hard as shit. The fact I'm even able to do this in a run is crazy. Now, I'm abusing the one glitch that everybody says is an emulator glitch to miss the final hook. So that way I can do a Nina double jump instead. Which kind of makes... It's the whole reason why this is viable in the first place. I did not jump too early, okay. Wow. Boom. Let me do this one more time for good measure. But yeah, what people were doing was they were basically like trying to spam the buttons and hold the direction, which you're not supposed to do either of those things. But I'm abusing those for Fast Nina. This might not work because I was not getting the spin fast enough. Yep. There you go. That's how you do Fast Nina. And now everybody knows how to do Fast Nina. Why some people don't just hold jump and hook when going up the towers? Because they don't know. And now we actually have an explanation for the final boss. Which is great, because nobody's ever explained the final boss before. And it's really dumb that nobody knows how the damn boss works. It's so easy. But, like, I mean, I think to my knowledge, the only people that actually kind of do the final boss correctly are me. I think Dio does it correctly, and I think Sustain, you mostly do it correctly, you just don't do the newer strats. The Cortex thing's pretty easy. Cortex thing is quite easy. Let me see here. Is there, before I leave, is there anything else that anybody wants explained? Because there is another, thanks for the song, Solly. There is another, like, intermediate any percent route that you can do as well. Thanks for the stream. But I mean, that intermediate route is just, you basically bring Cortex with you by going all the way back. So you still do Cursed Splash, but you go all the way back to Bandicoot Pursuit at the end of the Dokamak. You grab the checkpoint and then you Death Abuse. Cortex is with you, and then you basically bring Cortex into Antagony and you just die in every chunk. So that way you just don't have to, so that way the game doesn't crash and you have no chance of crashing. I would consider that more of an intermediate route. Advanced, I would consider more like the classic any percent route. And basically like extreme would be what I do. And the only other person is just Dio. The only other person that actually does any of this stuff is Dio. And that's not without good reason. It's got a damn good reason. It's hard as fuck. But yeah. So today we had what? We had like 8 pacers. I got into Antagony like almost 10 times, and I've done like 200 attempts, so that's not bad. That's really not bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna raid anybody. I'm gonna dip. So yeah, goodbye.